Imagine Japan more than 1,000 years ago, long before the towering castles, legendary swordsmen, and famous warrior clans that would later define the nation's history. At first glance, it was a world that seemed far removed from war. Power appeared to rest not in military camps or fortified strongholds, but in elegant palaces filled with aristocrats whose lives revolved around ceremony, literature, and courtly refinement. In those early centuries, the emperor stood at the center of Japanese society. According to tradition, the imperial family traced its lineage back to Amaterasu, the sun goddess herself. This belief gave the emperor a sacred status unlike that of ordinary rulers. He was not merely a political leader, but a living connection between heaven and earth, a symbol of divine legitimacy whose authority shaped the foundations of Japanese civilization. The imperial court first flourished in Nara before eventually settling in Heian-kyo, the city known today as Kyoto. This move marked the beginning of one of the most influential eras in Japanese history. Heian-kyo became a center of culture, learning, and artistic achievement. Within its avenues and palaces, aristocrats composed poetry, exchanged letters written in elegant calligraphy, and participated in elaborate ceremonies that emphasized refinement above all else. For the nobles who lived within the capital, sophistication was a measure of worth. A person's ability to write a beautiful poem could determine social standing. The choice of words in a letter could strengthen alliances or ruin reputations. Music, literature, and artistic sensitivity were considered essential qualities for anyone seeking prestige. The aristocracy viewed itself as the pinnacle of civilization. Yet beyond the capital's carefully ordered world, another Japan existed. Far from Kyoto, the provinces stretched across mountains, forests, rivers, and coastlines. Communication with the capital was often slow and difficult. Local conditions varied dramatically from region to region. In many places, imperial authority was little more than a distant concept. While courtiers devoted themselves to culture, people living in the provinces faced practical concerns. Land had to be cultivated. Villages needed protection. Trade routes required security. Local disputes demanded resolution. As the centuries passed, powerful families began accumulating land and influence outside the capital. Many controlled vast estates, known as shon. These estates enjoyed significant autonomy and often operated beyond the direct control of the imperial government. The growth of these estates gradually altered the balance of power. Landowners who controlled large territories needed people capable of defending their interests. Bandits threatened travelers. Rival families disputed boundaries. Local uprisings occasionally erupted. The further one traveled from Kyoto, the less reliable imperial protection became. As a result, landowners increasingly relied on armed men. These fighters were not yet samurai in the sense most people imagine today. They were warriors in a more basic form. Some were farmers who fought when necessary. Others were retainers employed by wealthy families. Many balanced military responsibilities with agricultural work. What united them was their usefulness. They provided security in an uncertain world. Over time, certain families began specializing in warfare. Skills were passed from father to son. Knowledge accumulated across generations. Riding horses, shooting bows, and fighting with weapons became hereditary traditions. A distinct warrior culture slowly emerged. This transformation happened gradually. No single event marked the birth of the samurai. Instead, generations of social change created conditions in which military service became a defining identity. The word samurai itself reveals much about their origins. It comes from the verb saburao, meaning to serve. This detail is crucial because it highlights a reality often overshadowed by later legends. The samurai were not originally independent heroes seeking personal glory. They were servants. Their purpose was to serve a master. Everything that later became associated with samurai culture, loyalty, duty, sacrifice, honor, grew from this relationship between lord and retainer. Service was the foundation. Without understanding this principle, it is impossible to understand the samurai themselves. During the 9th century, the authority of the imperial government weakened in many distant regions. Maintaining direct control across Japan's rugged geography proved increasingly difficult. Local leaders filled the vacuum. As powerful landowners expanded their influence, they assembled private military forces. These warriors protected estates, enforced authority, and defended economic interests. Many of these early fighters lived hard lives. They spent long periods outdoors. They trained with weapons not as a hobby, but as a necessity. Survival often depended on practical skill rather than social status. Unlike the aristocrats of Kyoto, they valued toughness and competence above literary elegance. This difference created a growing cultural divide. The aristocrats viewed provincial warriors as rough and uncultured. The warriors viewed the aristocrats as detached from reality. Each side looked down on the other. Yet despite their mutual disdain, they remained connected. The court needed warriors to enforce order. The warriors needed legitimacy that only the court could provide. For a time, this relationship remained relatively stable. But beneath the surface, important changes were underway. As military families gained experience and influence, some began rising above the rest. Among the most significant were two clans whose names would eventually become legendary: the Taira and the Minamoto. Both traced their ancestry to branches of the imperial family. Both developed strong military traditions. Both gained prestige through service to the court, and both steadily accumulated power. Throughout the 10th and 11th centuries, the imperial government frequently relied upon these warrior families to suppress rebellions and maintain stability. When trouble erupted in distant provinces, it was often military clans rather than court officials who resolved the crisis. This arrangement seemed practical, yet every time warriors restored order, they strengthened their own position. The court became increasingly dependent on them. Real power slowly began shifting away from aristocrats and toward military families. This process unfolded so gradually that many contemporaries likely failed to grasp its significance. But history often changes quietly before it changes dramatically. By the 10th century, a recognizable warrior culture had emerged. Mounted archery stood at the center of military training. Today, people often associate samurai primarily with swords. Yet for much of early Japanese history, the bow was considered the supreme weapon. A skilled mounted archer represented the ideal warrior. Training began at a young age. Children learned to ride horses, draw bows, and handle weapons from early childhood. Years of practice developed strength, balance, and precision. The best warriors could fire arrows accurately while galloping across uneven terrain. Such skill demanded extraordinary dedication. Warriors also developed distinctive equipment. Their armor consisted of small iron or leather plates connected by colorful cords. This design provided flexibility while maintaining protection. The armor was both practical and visually impressive. Bright colors identified clans. Decorative elements displayed status. Every piece communicated information about the wearer. Their weapons reflected similar priorities. Long bows allowed combat at a distance. Spears offered versatility. Swords served as valuable sidearms. Although swords would later become the most iconic symbol of the samurai, they initially occupied a less dominant role on the battlefield. Honor also began taking shape as an important concept. At this stage, however, honor was not yet the highly formalized code later generations would describe. It was closely tied to reputation. A warrior's actions reflected upon his family and clan. Success brought prestige. Failure brought shame. Since families operated collectively, the consequences extended beyond individuals. One person's disgrace could affect an entire lineage. This reality encouraged loyalty and discipline. Warriors understood that their conduct mattered not only for themselves, but for everyone connected to them. The bonds within military families grew increasingly strong. At the same time, rivalries intensified. Competition for land, influence, and prestige often produced conflict. Feuds could last generations. Alliances shifted frequently. The political landscape became increasingly complex. Meanwhile, life in Kyoto continued to emphasize cultural refinement. The contrast between the capital and the provinces became more pronounced with each passing decade. The Heian court produced some of the greatest literary achievements in Japanese history. Works such as the Tale of Genji reflected extraordinary sophistication. Yet while aristocrats composed masterpieces of literature, warriors expanded their influence across the countryside. The pen remained powerful, but the sword was becoming more important. The shift became impossible to ignore during the 10th century. One of the most notable examples was Taira no Masakado. A member of the Taira clan, Masakado launched a rebellion against imperial authority in eastern Japan. For a brief period, he established control over significant territory and challenged the existing order. Although the rebellion was eventually crushed, it revealed a disturbing reality. Provincial warriors possessed enough strength to threaten the state itself. This was something new. The imperial government survived, but the warning signs were clear. Military power could no longer be treated as a secondary force. It had become a major factor in Japanese politics. Other disturbances reinforced this lesson. Again and again, armed men proved essential to maintaining order. Again and again, military families expanded their influence. By the 11th century, the foundations of a warrior-dominated society were already visible. Yet the transformation was still incomplete. The emperor remained the symbolic ruler. Aristocratic families continued exercising significant influence. No one had yet overthrown the old system. Instead, military power and court authority existed side by side. The arrangement was unstable. Eventually, competition among powerful factions pushed Japan toward open conflict. The Taira and Minamoto clans became increasingly central to political life. Both enjoyed military prestige. Both possessed extensive networks of supporters. Both sought greater influence. As their power grew, so did tensions. The situation reached a critical point during the 12th century. A series of succession disputes and political struggles drew military families directly into conflicts at the heart of government. The old balance began unraveling. The Hagen Rebellion of 1156 marked one of the first major signs. Competing factions within the imperial family sought support from warrior clans. Military force played a decisive role. The conflict demonstrated that political authority increasingly depended on armed backing. Only 3 years later, the Heiji Rebellion erupted. Once again, warriors stood at the center of events. When the fighting ended, the Taira clan emerged victorious. Its leader, Taira no Kiyomori, became the most powerful man in Japan. Kiyomori's rise was extraordinary. For generations, aristocrats had dominated politics. Now, a warrior effectively controlled the government. Although the imperial system remained intact, real authority increasingly flowed through military channels. The age of the court was beginning to give way to the age of the warrior. Kiyomori used his position skillfully. He placed relatives in influential offices. He strengthened his family's power. He expanded Taira dominance throughout the realm. Yet success created enemies. Many resented his authority. Opposition gradually accumulated. Among those who remembered old grievances were surviving members of the Minamoto clan. Years earlier, they had suffered devastating defeats. Many had been killed. Others have been exiled. One young survivor in particular would eventually change the course of Japanese history. His name was Minamoto no Yoritomo. At the time, few could have predicted his future importance. Living in exile far from the centers of power, he seemed unlikely to challenge the mighty Taira. But history often favors those who endure. As dissatisfaction with Taira rule spread, opportunities emerged. Political tensions deepened. Alliances shifted. The appearance of stability concealed growing unrest. Then, in 1180, a call for rebellion echoed across Japan. It would ignite a conflict unlike anything the country had seen before. A struggle that would decide which clan would dominate the nation. A war that would create legendary heroes and unforgettable tragedies. A war remembered as the Genpei War. And with that conflict, the samurai would move from the edges of power to its very center, forever changing the course of Japanese history. When the call for rebellion spread across Japan in 1180, it did not immediately appear destined to change the course of history. Civil wars and political struggles were not unknown in the Japanese world. Powerful families had fought before. Rival factions had risen and fallen. Yet what began that year would become one of the most important conflicts in Japanese history. The Genpei War lasted only 5 years. But in those 5 years, centuries of political tradition were overturned. The balance of power shifted permanently. The war took its name from the two great clans that stood at its center. The Minamoto, often referred to as the Genji, and the Taira, known as the Haika. For decades, these families had competed for influence. Now their rivalry would be settled on battlefields across the country. At the beginning of the conflict, the Taira appeared overwhelmingly powerful. Their leader, Taira no Kiyomori, had spent years consolidating authority. His family occupied key positions within the government. His allies controlled important regions. His influence reached into the highest levels of court politics. Yet power can create enemies just as easily as it creates supporters. Many warriors viewed the Taira as arrogant. Many nobles resented their dominance. And throughout the provinces, dissatisfaction simmered beneath the surface. The immediate spark came from Prince Machihito, a member of the imperial family who opposed Taira influence. Believing that the Taira had corrupted the government and manipulated the imperial succession, he issued a call to arms. His appeal found willing listeners. Among them was Minamoto no Yoritomo. Years earlier, Yoritomo's family had suffered devastating defeat. As a young man, he had been spared execution and sent into exile. For years he lived far from the centers of power, watched closely by those who feared a Minamoto revival. Now circumstances had changed. The rebellion offered an opportunity. Yoritomo seized it. At first, success did not come easily. His initial military efforts met with setbacks. Supporters were few. Resources were limited. The Taira remained formidable. Yet Yoritomo possessed qualities that would define his career. Patience, determination, and an extraordinary understanding of politics. Rather than seeking quick victories, he focused on building a durable base of support. In eastern Japan, far from Kyoto, local warriors gradually rallied to his cause. These regions had long maintained a degree of independence from the central government. Many provincial warriors felt stronger loyalty to local leaders than to distant court officials. Yoritomo understood this reality. Instead of presenting himself merely as a rebel, he positioned himself as a protector of warrior interests. His influence grew steadily. As the months passed, more warriors joined him. The rebellion expanded. The conflict was no longer a regional uprising. It was becoming a national war. Meanwhile, other members of the Minamoto clan emerged as important leaders. Among them was Yoritomo's cousin, Minamoto no Yashinaka. Operating in the north, Yashinaka achieved a series of impressive victories against Taira forces. His successes demonstrated that the seemingly invincible Taira could be defeated. Each victory attracted new supporters. Momentum began shifting as fighting spread across Japan. The war revealed the growing sophistication of samurai warfare. Mounted archery remained central. Warriors rode into battle carrying long bows capable of delivering deadly accuracy. Combat often began with exchanges of arrows. Skilled archers sought opportunities to eliminate important opponents before close fighting began. Individual reputation still mattered greatly. Many warriors announced their names, lineage, and achievements before engaging enemies. To modern audiences, this practice may seem strange. But in a society where family honor was paramount, public recognition carried enormous importance. A warrior wanted witnesses. He wanted others to know who he was. His deeds would become part of family history. His descendants would remember them. Battles therefore possessed both military and social dimensions. Warriors fought not only to win, they fought to preserve and enhance their reputations. One of the most famous engagements occurred in 1183 at Kurikara Pass. The battle showcased the creativity and ruthlessness that often characterized medieval warfare. Yashinaka faced a larger Taira force advancing through mountainous terrain. Rather than attacking directly, he devised an unusual strategy. According to traditional accounts, he attached torches to the horns of oxen and released them toward the enemy lines during the night. The frightened animals charged downhill. Confusion spread through the Taira ranks. In the chaos, Yashinaka launched his attack. The result was a devastating defeat for the Taira. Whether every detail of the story is historically accurate remains debated. But the battle itself was unquestionably significant. It shattered Taira momentum and demonstrated that clever tactics could overcome numerical disadvantage. As victories accumulated, the Taira position deteriorated. Retreat followed retreat. Their enemies gained confidence. Their allies began questioning their future. The momentum of war increasingly favored the Minamoto. Yet the conflict also revealed tensions within the victorious side. The Minamoto clan was not a unified organization. It consisted of ambitious individuals with different goals and personalities. Success created new rivalries. Yashinaka's growing influence worried Yoritomo. The two men shared a common enemy, but they also competed for leadership of the clan. Political necessity eventually outweighed family ties. After entering Kyoto and achieving significant successes, Yashinaka found himself opposed not by the Taira, but by fellow Minamoto forces loyal to Yoritomo. The resulting conflict ended with Yashinaka's death. The episode highlighted a harsh reality of samurai politics. Loyalty mattered deeply, but power struggles could divide even close relatives. Blood relationships offered no guarantee of safety. In the years ahead, this lesson would repeat itself many times. As the war continued, another Minamoto commander rose to prominence. He was younger than Yoritomo, more daring, and destined to become one of the most celebrated warriors in Japanese history. His name was Minamoto no Yoshitsune. Yoshitsune possessed extraordinary military talent. Where Yoritomo excelled as an organizer and political strategist, Yoshitsune excelled on the battlefield. His campaigns became legendary. His victories captured the imagination of later generations, and his tragic fate would transform him into one of Japan's enduring folk heroes. One of Yoshitsune's most famous achievements occurred in 1184 during the Battle of Ichi-no-Tani. The Taira had established strong defensive positions near the coast. Conventional wisdom suggested that direct assault would be difficult and costly. Yoshitsune disagreed. Studying the terrain, he identified a steep mountain route overlooking the enemy position. Many considered the path impassable. Yoshitsune believed otherwise. Leading a force down the mountainside, he launched a surprise attack from an unexpected direction. The Taira were caught off guard. Their defenses collapsed. The battle ended in a decisive Minamoto victory. The episode became famous because it demonstrated a quality admired throughout military history: the willingness to challenge assumptions. Yoshitsune succeeded not because he followed established rules. He succeeded because he recognized opportunities others overlooked. The war moved steadily toward its conclusion. The Taira lost territory. Their resources dwindled. Their ability to recover diminished. Yet they continued resisting. The final phase of the conflict unfolded along Japan's southern coast. There, amid narrow straits and powerful currents, the fate of the nation would be decided. The decisive battle occurred in 1185. Its name was Dan no Yura. Unlike many previous engagements, this was primarily a naval battle. Ships maneuvered across the waters while archers exchanged arrows. Commanders struggled to exploit shifting tides and currents. Victory depended not only on courage, but on understanding the sea itself. At first, the Taira appeared to hold the advantage. They possessed experienced sailors familiar with local waters. Their fleet fought skillfully, but circumstances gradually turned against them. Some allies switched sides. The tide changed. Minamoto forces gained momentum. As defeat became unavoidable, tragedy unfolded. Among those accompanying the Taira was Emperor Antoku, a child whose position had become intertwined with the clan's fortunes. As the battle collapsed around them, members of the imperial entourage faced impossible choices. Capture seemed inevitable. Many chose death. According to tradition, Entoku's grandmother carried the young emperor into the sea. Together, they disappeared beneath the waves. Others followed. Nobles, warriors, and attendants drowned themselves rather than surrender. The scene became one of the most powerful images in Japanese historical memory. The fall of the Taira inspired countless stories, poems, and dramatic performances. Generations remembered not only the victory of the Minamoto, but also the sorrow of those who perished. The famous opening lines of the tale of the Haika captured this sense of impermanence. The mighty flourish, then they fall. Nothing endures forever. This lesson became central to Japanese cultural understanding of the war. The Genpei War transformed Japan in ways that extended far beyond military victory. It elevated the samurai from powerful servants to political rulers. For centuries, warriors had supported governments. Now they would govern directly. At the center of this transformation stood Minamoto no Yoritomo. Unlike many victorious commanders, Yoritomo understood that winning battles was only part of the challenge. Military success had to be converted into political stability. Without effective institutions, victory would prove temporary. Yoritomo therefore pursued a different path from many predecessors. He did not seek to replace the emperor. He did not attempt to abolish the imperial court. Instead, he created something entirely new. Rather than ruling from Kyoto, he established his headquarters in Kamakura, a coastal town far to the east. The choice was deliberate. Distance provided independence. Kamakura became the center of a new military government. The emperor remained in Kyoto. Court rituals continued. The symbols of traditional authority survived. But real power increasingly rested elsewhere. This new system became known as the Bakufu, often translated as the military government. Its leader held the title of shogun, meaning supreme military commander. The arrangement was revolutionary. Japan now possessed two centers of authority. The emperor retained sacred legitimacy. The shogun exercised practical control. This dual structure would shape Japanese history for centuries. It represented a compromise between old traditions and new realities. The imperial institution survived, but the age of aristocratic dominance was over. The warriors had arrived, and they were not leaving. Yet even as Yoritomo built his new government, tragedy continued within his own family. The brilliant Yoshitsune, whose victories had helped secure Minamoto's success, found himself increasingly distrusted. His popularity worried Yoritomo. His military fame created political risks. Eventually, the relationship collapsed. Forced into exile, Yoshitsune became a fugitive, hunted by the very government he had helped create. His story ended in death, but his legend only grew. Over time, Yoshitsune became one of Japan's most beloved historical figures, a symbol of talent destroyed by political necessity, a hero admired even in defeat. His fate reflected another recurring theme in samurai history. Great skill did not guarantee survival. Loyal service did not always bring reward. The world of warriors could be ruthless. Duty, ambition, and power often collided. By the end of the Genpei War, Japan had entered a new era. The old order remained visible. The emperor still sat upon the throne. Court nobles still composed poetry in Kyoto. But the foundations of power had changed. The samurai now stood at the center of national life. Their values, institutions, and ambitions would shape the country's future. The age of the warrior had truly begun, and in the years ahead, the new government established at Kamakura would face challenges no one could yet imagine, including invasions from the greatest empire on earth. The victory of the Minamoto clan at the end of the Genpei War did not bring immediate peace to Japan. Wars are often easier to win than the peace that follows them, and Minamoto no Yoritomo understood this better than most. Defeating the Taira had made him the most powerful man in the country, but military success alone could not guarantee stability. If the new warrior order was to survive, it needed institutions, laws, and a system capable of binding thousands of ambitious warriors together. The challenge before Yoritomo was immense. For centuries, political authority had been concentrated around the imperial court in Kyoto. The court possessed prestige, tradition, and legitimacy. Yet it lacked the military strength necessary to control the provinces effectively. The Genpei War had exposed that weakness for everyone to see. Yoritomo's solution was neither to destroy the old order nor to submit to it. Instead, he created something entirely new. From his headquarters in Kamakura, he began constructing a government designed specifically for warriors. Unlike the elegant court culture of Kyoto, Kamakura reflected military values. It was practical rather than luxurious, functional rather than ceremonial. The city itself became a symbol of changing times. Power no longer flowed solely from poetry and noble lineage. Power now rested increasingly on military service, loyalty, and the ability to command armed followers. In 1192, Yoritomo officially received the title of Sei Shogun, often shortened simply to Shogun. The title itself was not new. Similar military titles had existed before. What was new was the authority attached to it. Yoritomo transformed the office into the center of a permanent warrior government. For the first time in Japanese history, the samurai ruled not merely local regions, but the nation itself. The emperor remained on the throne. Court rituals continued. Officially, the imperial institution still stood at the apex of society. Yet everyone understood where practical power now resided. The dual structure that emerged would define Japan for centuries. An emperor in Kyoto, a military ruler in Kamakura, two centers of authority existing simultaneously. The arrangement was uniquely Japanese, and remarkably, it worked, at least for a time. One of Yoritomo's greatest achievements was creating a network of loyalty that extended throughout the country. The relationship between lord and vassal became the foundation of the new order. Warriors pledged service to powerful leaders. In return, they received protection, status, and rights to land or income. This system resembled forms of feudalism that developed elsewhere in the world, though it possessed distinctly Japanese characteristics. Loyalty was not merely a political arrangement. It became a moral obligation. A warrior's identity was increasingly defined by whom he served. To betray one's lord was considered among the gravest offenses imaginable. To remain loyal despite hardship became one of the highest virtues. These values would shape samurai culture for generations. Yoritomo also established new administrative offices to extend warrior authority across the provinces. Among the most important were the Jito, often translated as stewards. These officials oversaw estates, collected taxes, managed land disputes, and ensured that local obligations were fulfilled. Another position, the Shugo, served as a kind of military governor responsible for maintaining order within entire provinces. Together, these offices allowed Kamakura to exert influence throughout Japan. The warrior government was no longer merely a military alliance. It had become a functioning state. As the years passed, the samurai increasingly evolved from fighters into administrators. Military skill remained essential, but governance required additional abilities. Warriors needed to understand law, taxation, land management, and dispute resolution. The ideal samurai began to expand beyond the battlefield. A successful warrior was expected to be both fighter and manager. This development influenced education. Young sons of warrior families still trained with weapons. They still learned horseback riding, archery, and combat techniques. But they also studied reading, writing, and classical literature. Literacy became increasingly important. Documents determined land rights. Records preserved obligations. Letters maintained alliances. The warrior who could not read or write found himself at a disadvantage. Thus emerged one of the defining characteristics of samurai culture: the expectation that a warrior should also be educated. The ideal was not merely strength. It was disciplined competence. In many respects, this distinguished the samurai from warrior classes elsewhere. They were expected to govern as well as fight, to administer as well as conquer. The legal system reflected these changes. In 1232, the Kamakura government issued a legal code known as the Gozaibai Shikimoku. This code established rules governing property disputes, inheritance, and warrior conduct. Its importance cannot be overstated. For the first time, the samurai possessed a legal framework tailored specifically to their needs. The code helped reduce uncertainty. It provided standards for resolving conflicts. It reinforced the idea that warriors constituted a distinct social group with their own responsibilities and obligations. Law became another pillar supporting samurai rule. Meanwhile, samurai culture continued developing in other ways. The sword began assuming greater symbolic significance. During the Genpei War, mounted archery had dominated warfare. The bow remained highly respected, yet swords increasingly became markers of status and identity. Master swordsmiths refined techniques that produced blades of extraordinary quality. Japanese swords were not simply weapons. They were works of art. Creating one required remarkable skill. The process involved heating, folding, hammering, and shaping steel repeatedly. Each step demanded precision. The result was a blade that combined sharpness, flexibility, and beauty. Warriors treasured these weapons. Many believed great swords possessed spiritual qualities. Some swords received names. Others accumulated legends. A blade passed down through generations became more than an object. It became part of a family's identity. The reverence shown toward swords reflected broader aspects of samurai culture. Objects associated with service and duty acquired profound significance. A sword was not merely steel. It represented responsibility. It symbolized one's place within society. It connected the living with their ancestors. While these developments strengthened warrior culture, political realities remained complicated. The Kamakura government depended heavily on personal loyalty. Such systems can be powerful, They can also be fragile. After Yoritomo's death in 1199, questions of succession emerged. Power struggles erupted among influential families. The Hojo clan, relatives of Yoritomo's wife, gradually assumed control as regents governing on behalf of shoguns. Over time, the shogun became less powerful than those who officially served him. Political complexity increased. Yet despite internal tensions, the warrior government endured. And then a threat emerged unlike anything Japan had ever faced. It came not from a rival clan, not from an ambitious noble, not from internal rebellion. It came from across the sea. In the 13th century, the Mongol Empire dominated much of Eurasia. Under Genghis Khan and his successors, the Mongols had created the largest contiguous land empire in history. Their armies conquered vast territories stretching from Eastern Europe to China. Kingdom after kingdom fell before them. Few could resist. Many believed none could. By the time the Mongol Empire turned its attention toward Japan, it already controlled enormous portions of Asia. Kublai Khan, grandson of Genghis Khan and ruler of the Yuan dynasty in China, demanded that Japan acknowledge his supremacy. Diplomatic messages arrived. The demands were clear. Submit. Recognize Mongol authority. Join the empire's tributary system. The Japanese government refused. Repeatedly, the response was not merely political. It reflected a deeper determination to preserve independence. The Mongols interpreted refusal as defiance. Preparations for invasion began. In 1274, the first Mongol expedition crossed the sea toward Japan. The invasion force included Mongols, Chinese, and Korean troops. Together, they represented one of the most formidable military coalitions in the world. For the samurai, the encounter was shocking. The enemy fought differently from anything they had experienced. Traditional samurai warfare emphasized individual prowess. Warriors often sought personal combat. Reputation mattered. Lineage mattered. The Mongols approached warfare differently. They fought in disciplined formations. They coordinated attacks. They emphasized collective action over individual glory. Even their weapons surprised the Japanese. The invaders used explosive devices powered by gunpowder. They deployed massed archery tactics. Their method seemed strange and frightening. Many samurai initially struggled to adapt, yet adaptation came quickly. Warriors learned from experience. They adjusted tactics. They fought fiercely. The invasion reached Kyushu, Japan's southernmost major island. Battles raged. Neither side achieved a decisive breakthrough. Then nature intervened. A powerful storm struck. Mongol ships suffered severe damage. Faced with mounting difficulties, the invaders withdrew. Japan had survived, but few believed the danger had passed. The Mongol Empire remained powerful. Everyone expected another invasion. Preparations began immediately. The Kamakura government ordered extensive defensive measures. Stone walls rose along vulnerable coastlines. Warriors strengthened fortifications. Training intensified. The entire country prepared for war. 7 years later, those preparations were tested. In 1281, a second invasion arrived. This time the force was even larger. Historians continue debating exact numbers, but there is no doubt that it represented one of the largest amphibious military operations of the medieval world. The stakes were enormous. If Japan fell, centuries of political and cultural development could be swept away. The fighting proved intense. Japanese defenders resisted fiercely. Coastal fortifications complicated enemy landings. Small-scale raids harassed the invasion fleet. Samurai adapted to the realities of fighting a foreign army. Then once again, nature intervened. A massive typhoon swept across the region. Ships were destroyed. Thousands perished. The invasion collapsed. The storm entered Japanese history as the kamikaze, the divine wind. Many believed the gods themselves had protected the nation. The psychological impact was profound. The successful defense enhanced the prestige of the samurai. They had resisted the most powerful empire on earth. They had preserved Japan's independence. Their reputation soared. Yet victory carried hidden problems. Unlike domestic wars, the Mongol invasions produced no conquered territory. No enemy estates could be redistributed. No new lands could reward loyal warriors. The government faced a difficult situation. Thousands of samurai had served faithfully. Many expected compensation, but there was little to give. As years passed, financial strain increased. Some warriors accumulated debts. Frustration grew. The Kamakura government had won the war. Maintaining loyalty afterward proved more difficult. Ironically, one of the greatest triumphs in samurai history planted seeds of future instability. Still, the broader significance of the Kamakura period remained enormous. During these decades, the samurai established themselves not merely as fighters but as rulers. They created institutions. They developed legal systems. They refined cultural traditions. They forged an identity that would endure for centuries. The warrior class had moved from the margins of society to its center. Yet history never stands still. The structures built at Kamakura would eventually face new challenges. Political rivalries would intensify. Economic pressures would mount. Ambitious leaders would seek greater power. And in time, the warrior government itself would begin to weaken. Ahead lay centuries of conflict, shifting alliances, and some of the most famous battles in Japanese history. The age of peace remained distant. The age of war was approaching. The victory over the Mongols should have been a moment of lasting triumph for the Kamakura shogunate. The samurai had defended Japan against an enemy unlike any they had ever faced. They had preserved the nation's independence. Their courage had become the stuff of legend. Yet beneath the celebration, problems were growing. The very success of the defense created difficulties that the government struggled to solve. Unlike a civil war, where victorious warriors could be rewarded with land taken from defeated enemies, the Mongol invasions produced no such opportunities. The invaders had been repelled, not conquered. There were no estates to distribute, no territories to grant as rewards. Thousands of samurai expected compensation for their service. Many had spent years preparing defenses, maintaining fortifications, and fighting invaders. The government lacked the resources to satisfy them. Disappointment spread. Debt increased. Loyalty, once strengthened by victory, slowly began to erode. At the same time, powerful families within the warrior government competed for influence. The Hojo clan, which had long dominated the shogunate as regents, maintained control, but their authority increasingly depended upon balancing competing interests. That balance became harder to maintain. Economic pressures mounted. Political rivalries intensified. Confidence in the existing order weakened. Then, in the early 14th century, a new challenge emerged. Unlike the Mongols, this threat came from within Japan itself. It centered on a man who believed that the emperor should once again wield real political power. His name was Emperor Go-Daigo. For generations, emperors had remained symbols of legitimacy, while actual authority rested with military governments. Go-Daigo rejected that arrangement. He envisioned restoring direct imperial rule. His ambitions placed him on a collision course with the Kamakura shogunate. Initially, his efforts failed. Plots were discovered. Supporters were arrested. The emperor himself was exiled. Many rulers might have accepted defeat at that point. Go-Daigo did not. From exile, he continued seeking allies. Gradually, opposition to the shogunate expanded. Some warriors grew dissatisfied with Hojo leadership. Others saw opportunity in supporting imperial restoration. Among those who changed sides was a powerful military commander named Ashikaga Takauji. His decision would alter Japanese history. Originally sent to suppress resistance, Takauji instead turned against the shogunate. His defection triggered a chain reaction. More warriors joined the rebellion. The Kamakura government, weakened by decades of internal strain, struggled to respond. In 1333, the shogunate collapsed. After nearly a century and a half of warrior rule, the first samurai government came to an end. For a brief moment, it appeared that Emperor Go-Daigo had achieved his goal. The imperial court regained authority. The emperor attempted to restore direct rule. This period became known as the Kenmu Restoration. Yet the restoration faced serious problems almost immediately. Many warriors who had supported the emperor expected rewards. They anticipated land, titles, and influence. Instead, Go-Daigo focused heavily on reviving older aristocratic traditions. His policies often seemed disconnected from the realities of warrior society. The same military class that had helped restore imperial power soon became dissatisfied. Among the disappointed warriors was Ashikaga Takauji. The alliance that had overthrown the Kamakura shogunate unraveled. Conflict returned. Takauji rebelled against the emperor. After a series of campaigns, he established his own military government. In 1336, he founded what became known as the Ashikaga Shogunate, or Muromachi Shogunate, named after the district in Kyoto where its headquarters were located. Japan once again possessed a warrior government, but the situation differed from the Kamakura era. Authority was less centralized. Control was weaker. Regional leaders enjoyed greater independence. The seeds of future fragmentation had already been planted. The decades that followed witnessed a strange and often chaotic political landscape. At one point, rival imperial courts even existed simultaneously. One court supported by the Ashikaga, another claiming legitimacy elsewhere. For years, competing emperors and competing loyalties divided the nation. Eventually, the rival courts were reunited, but the underlying instability remained. The Ashikaga shogunate never achieved the same level of authority that the Kamakura government had enjoyed at its height. Regional military leaders gained increasing autonomy. Power drifted outward. The process was gradual. Yet, over time, it transformed Japan. By the 15th century, many provincial leaders operated almost independently. They collected taxes, maintained armies, administered territories, conducted diplomacy. In practice, they functioned like rulers. The central government still existed, but its ability to control distant regions diminished steadily. Then came a crisis that accelerated everything. In 1467, a dispute over succession triggered a conflict known as the Unin War. What began as a political struggle within elite circles rapidly expanded. Powerful families chose sides. Alliances formed. Armies mobilized. The fighting reached Kyoto itself. For years, the capital became a battlefield. Neighborhoods burned. Temples were destroyed. Palaces vanished in flames. One of the great cultural centers of East Asia suffered enormous devastation. The war officially ended after roughly a decade, but its consequences lasted far longer. The authority of the Ashikaga shogunate shattered. Regional warlords emerged stronger than ever. Central control effectively disappeared. Japan entered a period remembered as the Sengoku Jidai, the Age of Warring States. For roughly a century and a half, conflict became a constant feature of life. Powerful lords known as daimyo competed for dominance. Some controlled only a few districts. Others ruled entire provinces. All sought to expand. All feared rivals. All depended on military strength. The country fragmented into a patchwork of competing domains. Alliances shifted constantly. Friends became enemies. Enemies became allies. Promises were made and broken. War became a way of life. For the samurai, this era presented both danger and opportunity. Military skill suddenly became more valuable than ever. Talented warriors could rise rapidly. Families that demonstrated competence gained influence. Those that failed disappeared. Survival depended upon adaptability. A samurai could no longer rely solely on inherited status. Results mattered. Loyalty remained important, but effectiveness mattered too. The demands of constant warfare transformed military organization. Earlier conflicts had often involved relatively small forces dominated by mounted warriors. The Sengoku period required larger armies. Campaigns grew more ambitious. Battles involved thousands, and sometimes tens of thousands of participants. To meet these needs, daimyo increasingly relied on Ishigaru. The Ishigaru were foot soldiers recruited from commoner backgrounds. Originally viewed as auxiliary troops, they gradually became essential components of military forces. Armed with spears, bows, and later firearms, they provided the manpower necessary for large-scale warfare. Their growing importance reflected broader changes within Japanese society. War was becoming more organized, more professional, more dependent upon logistics and coordination. The romantic image of individual warriors seeking glory remained influential. But practical realities increasingly favored discipline and collective action. The battlefield itself was changing. One of the most visible signs of this transformation appeared in the landscape. Across Japan, castles began rising on hills, mountains, and strategic locations. These are not merely residences. They were military headquarters, administrative centers, symbols of authority. Entire towns developed around them. Castle construction became a defining feature of the age. Early fortifications often relied heavily on natural terrain. Later castles incorporated sophisticated defensive systems. Stone walls, moats, complex gate arrangements, interlocking fields of fire. Every feature served a purpose. Attackers faced multiple layers of obstacles. Defenders exploited every advantage. Castles reflected the realities of a world where war could erupt at any moment. Life within this environment demanded constant vigilance. A daimyo could never assume security. Even powerful rulers faced threats from rivals, ambitious subordinates, or shifting alliances. Trust was valuable, but caution was essential. The possibility of betrayal hovered over political life. Many leaders met violent ends. Some were killed in battle. Others fell victim to conspiracies. A few were assassinated by men they once trusted. In such a world, survival required more than courage. It required intelligence, adaptability, strategic thinking. The most successful daimyo mastered both warfare and politics. They understood that victory depended as much on diplomacy as combat. Negotiating alliances could achieve what armies could not. Marriage arrangements strengthened relationships between powerful families. Hostages guaranteed loyalty. Information became a weapon. Spies gathered intelligence. Messengers carried secret communications. Political maneuvering became an art form. Yet despite the violence, this period also produced remarkable cultural achievements. Many daimyo viewed patronage of the arts as a mark of legitimacy and sophistication. Ceremonies flourished. Poetry continued. Garden design advanced. Painting and architecture evolved. Even amid conflict, culture remained important. Indeed, some of the most influential artistic developments in Japanese history occurred during this turbulent era. The contrast is striking. On one hand, armies marched across the country. On the other, warriors gathered for tea ceremonies emphasizing tranquility and mindfulness. The same men who commanded battles often studied literature. The same leaders who ordered attacks commissioned works of art. This duality became one of the defining characteristics of samurai culture. The ideal warrior was not merely a fighter. He was expected to possess refinement as well. Among the cultural practices that gained particular importance was the tea ceremony. Far more than a simple social activity, it became a disciplined, art form emphasizing harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. Participants paid careful attention to every detail. Movements were deliberate. Objects were selected with care. The experience encouraged reflection. For warriors living amid constant uncertainty, the tea ceremony offered a rare sense of order, a moment of calm within a violent world. As the Sengoku period continued, powerful figures began emerging whose ambitions extended beyond regional dominance. They did not merely seek to rule provinces. They sought to unify Japan itself. The first of these great unifiers would be a man unlike any who came before him, a leader whose military brilliance, political ruthlessness, and willingness to break tradition would transform the course of Japanese history. His name was Oda Nobunaga, and with his rise, the Age of Warring States would enter its most dramatic chapter. By the middle of the 16th century, Japan had endured more than a century of near constant conflict. Entire generations had known little else. Powerful families rose and fell with astonishing speed. Castles changed hands. Alliances shifted. Battlefields consumed thousands of lives. Yet out of this chaos emerged leaders whose ambitions stretched far beyond the limits of their own provinces. Among them, none appeared more unlikely at first than Oda Nobunaga. Born in 1534, Nobunaga inherited a relatively modest domain in Owari province. Many contemporaries underestimated him. As a young man, he gained a reputation for eccentric behavior. His clothing, manners, and actions often violated expectations for someone of his status. Some dismissed him as irresponsible. Others considered him strange. Few recognized that beneath this unconventional exterior was one of the most formidable strategic minds Japan had ever produced. Nobunaga came of age in a world where hesitation could be fatal. The Age of Warring States rewarded boldness, punished weakness, and offered opportunities to those willing to seize them. He proved exceptionally willing. One of the first events that revealed his potential occurred in 1560 during the Battle of Okahazama. The circumstances seemed hopeless. A powerful rival, Imagawa Yoshimoto, marched with an army many times larger than Nobunaga's forces. Most observers expected Nobunaga to be crushed. Instead, he launched a daring surprise attack. Using terrain, weather, and speed to his advantage, he struck the enemy camp during a storm. The attack created confusion. Yoshimoto was killed. His army collapsed. The victory shocked Japan. A leader who had seemed insignificant suddenly commanded national attention. The triumph demonstrated a pattern that would define Nobunaga's career. He excelled at turning apparent disadvantages into opportunities. He moved quickly. He embraced innovation. And perhaps most importantly, he refused to be constrained by tradition when tradition interfered with success. Over the following years, Nobunaga expanded his power steadily. One rival after another fell before him. Some were defeated through military force. Others were neutralized through diplomacy. Many underestimated him. Most regretted it. As his influence grew, he increasingly positioned himself as a figure capable of ending Japan's long era of fragmentation. Yet Nobunaga's path toward unification was marked by extraordinary ruthlessness. He possessed little patience for institutions or individuals who obstructed his ambitions. Temples that challenged his authority faced destruction. Political opponents received little mercy. Ancient privileges meant little if they conflicted with his goals. One of the most dramatic examples occurred in 1571. For centuries, the great monastery complex on Mount High had enjoyed immense influence. Its warrior monks represented both religious authority and military power. Nobunaga viewed them as a threat. His response was devastating. His forces attacked the mountain and destroyed much of the complex. Thousands perished. The event remains one of the most controversial episodes of his career. Supporters viewed it as a necessary step toward national unification. critics saw it as evidence of brutal ambition. Both interpretations contain elements of truth. Nobunaga was capable of remarkable vision. He was also capable of extraordinary violence. The age of warring states often rewarded precisely such qualities. One area where Nobunaga demonstrated exceptional foresight involved military technology. In 1543, Portuguese traders had arrived in Japan carrying an unfamiliar weapon, the matchlock firearm. At first, these guns appeared to be little more than curiosities. Traditional warriors valued archery and swordsmanship. Many viewed firearms with skepticism. Nobunaga saw things differently. He recognized their potential almost immediately. Rather than treating firearms as novelties, he integrated them systematically into his armies. Production increased. Training expanded. New tactics emerged. The result transformed Japanese warfare. The decisive demonstration came during the Battle of Nagashino in 1575. There, Nobunaga faced the famous Takeda cavalry, widely regarded as some of the finest mounted warriors in Japan. Traditional cavalry charges had long inspired fear and admiration. Many commanders considered them nearly unstoppable. Nobunaga disagreed. He positioned large numbers of arquebusiers behind protective barriers. These soldiers fired in coordinated volleys. As the Takeda cavalry advanced, disciplined gunfire tore through their ranks. The attack collapsed. The battle became one of the most important military turning points in Japanese history. It demonstrated that firearms had fundamentally altered warfare. Skill with a sword remained valuable. Courage remained essential. But technology had changed the battlefield. The samurai adapted. They always had. Those who failed to adapt disappeared. Those who embraced change survived. Nobunaga understood this reality better than most. By the early 1580s, he controlled vast territories. Many believed national unification was within reach. Yet history often takes unexpected turns. In 1582, while resting a Honnoji temple in Kyoto, Nobunaga found himself betrayed. One of his own generals, Akechi Mitsuhide, suddenly turned against him. The reasons remain debated by historians. Personal grievances, political calculations, fear of Nobunaga's power, perhaps a combination of all three. Whatever the cause, the result was dramatic. Mitsuhide's forces surrounded the temple. Nobunaga realized escape was impossible. According to tradition, he chose death rather than capture. The temple burned. One of the most powerful men in Japan perished. His career ended abruptly, but the process he had begun did not. Among Nobunaga's followers was a man whose life story seemed almost impossible. His name was Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Unlike most major figures of the age, Hideyoshi was not born into a powerful warrior family. His origins were humble. Some accounts suggest his father was a peasant foot soldier. By the standards of samurai society, his prospects should have been limited. Yet ability sometimes overcame social barriers during periods of chaos. Hideyoshi possessed extraordinary talent. Beginning as a low-ranking servant, he advanced through intelligence, energy, and political skill. Nobunaga recognized his potential. Responsibilities increased. Success followed. Over time, Hideyoshi became one of his master's most trusted commanders. When news of Nobunaga's death spread, events moved rapidly. Mitsuhide expected to benefit from his betrayal. Instead, Hideyoshi acted with remarkable speed. He negotiated a temporary peace with enemies, marched his army across great distances, and confronted Mitsuhide before the latter could consolidate power. The result was swift. Mitsuhide was defeated. His brief seizure of power collapsed almost immediately. Hideyoshi emerged as Nobunaga's most effective successor. Over the following years, he continued the work of unification. Province after province submitted. Some accepted his authority willingly. Others required military persuasion. Gradually, resistance diminished. By 1590, Japan was effectively united under Hideyoshi's leadership. The achievement was extraordinary. After more than a century of warfare, a single authority once again dominated the country. The age of warring states was ending. Yet peace required more than military victory. Hideyoshi understood that lasting stability demanded structural changes. One of his most important reforms involved defining social classes more clearly. For generations, warfare had created opportunities for mobility. Talented individuals could sometimes rise through military service. Hideyoshi himself was proof. Now he sought stability. To achieve it, he strengthened distinctions between warriors and commoners. The most famous example was the sword hunt. Weapons were collected from peasants. Only the warrior class would retain the right to bear arms. The policy served multiple purposes. It reduced the likelihood of rebellion. It reinforced social hierarchy, and it clarified who belonged to the samurai class. The reform helped shape Japanese society for centuries. The samurai became increasingly distinct from the population they governed. Military service evolved into a hereditary status rather than simply an occupation. This transformation strengthened warrior identity. It also limited flexibility. The consequences would become more apparent in later generations. Hideyoshi pursued other ambitious projects as well. Some succeeded, others did not. Among the most controversial were his invasions of Korea. Beginning in 1592, Japanese armies crossed the sea in an attempt to conquer the Korean peninsula and eventually expand into China. The scale of the undertaking was enormous. Initial victories came quickly, yet long supply lines, fierce resistance, and Chinese intervention complicated matters. The conflict dragged on, costs mounted, casualties increased. Ultimately, the invasions failed to achieve their objectives. The campaigns drained resources and created uncertainty about the future. When Hideyoshi died in 1598, the question of succession immediately became critical. His designated heir was still a child. Powerful daimyo eyed one another cautiously. Many remembered the chaos that had followed earlier leadership transitions. No one wanted to return to the age of warring states. Yet few trusted rivals enough to avoid conflict entirely. Among the men watching events unfold was Tokugawa Ieyasu. Patient, careful, experienced. For decades, he had survived one of the most dangerous periods in Japanese history. He had served Nobunaga, worked alongside Hideyoshi, and quietly expanded his own influence. Unlike many leaders who relied on dramatic gestures, Ieyasu preferred long-term strategy. He understood timing, he understood patience, and he understood power. As tensions increased after Hideyoshi's death, rival coalitions began forming. The future of Japan hung in the balance. Would the country remain united, or would it descend once again into civil war? The answer would be decided on a battlefield that many historians consider the most important in Japanese history. A battlefield called Sekigahara. There, in the year 1600, tens of thousands of warriors would clash, and the outcome would determine the fate of the samurai for the next 2.5 centuries. The death of Toyotomi Hideyoshi left Japan united but unstable. For decades, the country had been shaped by powerful personalities whose military skill and political determination held competing forces together. Hideyoshi had succeeded in ending the age of warring states, but he had not solved the problem of succession. His heir, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, was still a child. A child could inherit a name. A child could inherit a claim. But a child could not command powerful daimyo who had spent their lives fighting, conquering, and surviving one of the most brutal periods in Japanese history. Everyone understood this. The question was not whether struggle would occur. The question was who would emerge victorious. At the center of this struggle stood Tokugawa Ieyasu. By the year 1600, Ieyasu was already one of the most experienced political figures in Japan. Unlike many of his contemporaries, he had survived decades of shifting alliances, betrayals, battles, and power struggles. He had served under Oda Nobunaga. He had worked alongside Toyotomi Hideyoshi. He had watched ambitious men rise to greatness and fall to ruin. More importantly, he had learned from every one of them. Patience became his greatest weapon. Where others rushed forward, Ieyasu waited. Where others sought glory, he calculated. He understood that victory often belonged not to the strongest man, but to the one who remained standing when everyone else had exhausted themselves. As rival factions formed after Hideyoshi's death, Japan drifted toward another civil war. One coalition gathered around Ishida Mitsunari, a loyal supporter of the Toyotomi family. The other increasingly rallied behind Tokugawa Ieyasu. Tensions escalated. Armies mobilized. Messengers raced between domains, carrying secret agreements and promises. The fate of Japan, once again, depended upon the decisions of warriors. The confrontation came in October of 1600. The battlefield was Sekigahara. Located in a strategically important valley, it became the stage for one of the largest and most decisive battles in Japanese history. The scale was enormous. Tens of thousands of soldiers assembled. Samurai banners stretched across the landscape. Armor gleamed beneath the autumn sky. Generals studied terrain. Messengers carried final instructions. Everyone knew the stakes. Victory would determine the future ruler of Japan. Defeat could mean the destruction of entire families. When the battle began, the outcome remained uncertain. Both sides possessed experienced commanders. Both sides fielded large armies. For hours, the struggle hung in the balance. Then politics intervened. Several commanders who had pledged support to Mitsunari either switched sides or refused to fight. Their decisions shattered the cohesion of his coalition. The balance tipped. Ieyasu's forces gained the advantage. By the end of the day, the battle was decided. Tokugawa Ieyasu had won. The consequences were enormous. Sekigahara did not merely decide a military contest. It determined the political future of Japan for more than 2.5 centuries. In 1603, Ieyasu formally received the title of shogun. Like Minamoto no Yoritomo centuries earlier, he established a military government. But unlike previous warrior regimes, the Tokugawa shogunate would achieve a level of stability unprecedented in samurai history. Its capital was Edo, a city that would later become modern Tokyo. At the time, Edo was relatively modest compared to Kyoto. Yet under Tokugawa rule, it grew into one of the largest cities in the world. The choice reflected a broader shift in Japanese society. Political power increasingly flowed from the east rather than the traditional centers of aristocratic culture. The Tokugawa government faced a challenge familiar to every ruler. How could peace be preserved? The age of warring states had demonstrated the destructive potential of ambitious daimyo. No shogun wanted a return to endless civil war. Ieyasu and his successors, therefore, created systems designed to prevent rivals from becoming too powerful. Among the most effective was the Sankin Kotai system. Under this arrangement, daimyo were required to spend alternating years in Edo. When they returned to their domains, family members remained behind. Officially, these family members served as honored residents. In reality, they functioned as hostages. The system achieved multiple objectives. It kept powerful lords under observation. It drained resources by forcing them to maintain expensive residences in 2 locations. And it made rebellion extraordinarily risky. A daimyo considering revolt knew his family remained within the shogun's reach. The policy worked remarkably well. Large-scale civil war disappeared. Peace settled over Japan. For the first time in centuries, an entire generation could grow up without experiencing major warfare. This peace transformed the samurai. For hundreds of years, their identity had revolved around military service. Their ancestors had fought rebels, rival clans, invading armies, and ambitious warlords. Combat defined their social purpose. Now that purpose was disappearing. The samurai faced an unexpected question. Was a warrior without war? The answer would reshape their culture. Rather than abandoning the samurai class, the Tokugawa government preserved it. Samurai remained at the top of the social hierarchy. They continued receiving stipends. They retained privileges unavailable to commoners. They occupied positions within government and administration. Yet their daily responsibilities changed dramatically. Instead of leading armies, many became bureaucrats. They collected taxes, managed records, oversaw legal disputes, administered local government. The warrior was becoming an official. This transformation was profound. A samurai living in the 17th century often spent more time handling documents than wielding weapons. Education became increasingly important. Reading and writing were no longer useful skills. They were essential. A successful samurai needed knowledge of law, administration, and philosophy. The ideal warrior evolved. Physical strength remained respected, but intellectual ability became equally valuable. The concept of the scholar warrior gained prominence. A complete samurai was expected to excel with both pen and sword. This ideal influenced every aspect of education. Young boys still learned martial arts. They practiced archery, studied swordsmanship, developed discipline through rigorous training. Yet they also studied classical literature, learned calligraphy, read historical texts, examined philosophical writings. The goal was not merely to create fighters. It was to create cultivated leaders. Confucian philosophy became particularly influential. Its emphasis on hierarchy, loyalty, duty, and moral responsibility aligned naturally with Tokugawa priorities. Confucian scholars taught that society functioned best when everyone fulfilled their proper role. Rulers governed wisely. Subjects obeyed loyally. Parents guided children. Children respected parents. Order emerged through responsibility. These ideas reinforced the social structure that the shogunate sought to maintain. Society itself became highly organized. At the top stood the samurai. Below them came farmers. Then artisans. Finally merchants. Each group occupied a designated place. Movement between classes was extremely limited. The system aimed to create stability through predictability. Everyone knew their role. Everyone understood expectations. At least in theory. Reality proved more complicated. Economic changes gradually challenged the hierarchy. Merchants, despite their low official status, often accumulated significant wealth. Trade expanded. Cities grew. Commercial activity flourished. Meanwhile, many samurai struggled financially. Their stipends remained fixed. Prices changed. Expenses increased. Some warrior families found themselves surprisingly poor. The irony was striking. Merchants officially occupied the lowest rank in society. Yet some possessed far greater wealth than the samurai who governed them. This contradiction created tensions that would intensify over time. While economic realities shifted, samurai culture continued evolving. The sword assumed even greater symbolic importance. During earlier centuries, it had been one weapon among many. Now it became the defining emblem of samurai identity. The paired swords known as the daisho became visible markers of status. Only samurai could legally wear them. Wherever a warrior walked, the swords announced his position in society. The weapons carried practical value, but their symbolic significance was even greater. A samurai without swords seemed incomplete. The blade represented honor, responsibility, heritage, identity. Swordsmithing reached extraordinary levels of sophistication during this era. Master craftsmen produced blades renowned for both beauty and quality. Collectors treasured them. Families passed them down through generations. Some swords acquired legendary reputations. Stories surrounded famous blades. Warriors treated them with reverence. Many believed that a great sword possessed a spirit of its own. Martial arts also evolved. Without regular warfare, training shifted emphasis. Techniques were refined. Schools developed distinct philosophies. Practice became increasingly formalized. The goal was no longer simply survival on the battlefield. It became self-mastery, discipline, character development. The martial arts transformed into paths of personal cultivation. This shift connected naturally with another major influence on samurai culture: Zen Buddhism. Zen teachings emphasized mindfulness, discipline, and direct experience. Many warriors found these ideas deeply appealing. Meditation helped cultivate focus. Zen philosophy encouraged acceptance of mortality. Both qualities proved useful for those whose identity remained linked to the possibility of violence. Even in peace, the samurai continued preparing themselves mentally and spiritually. The influence of Zen extended beyond martial arts. It shaped aesthetics, architecture, gardens, ceremony, painting, poetry. A distinctive cultural style emerged, emphasizing simplicity, restraint, and elegance. Many of the artistic traditions now associated with classical Japan flourished during this period. The warrior class became major patrons of culture. Some of Japan's finest gardens were created under samurai sponsorship. Tea masters gained influence. Poets found audiences. Artists received support. The same society that had once been consumed by warfare now produced remarkable cultural achievements. Yet beneath the surface of stability, questions lingered. Could a warrior class remain truly warrior-like without battle? Could ideals forged in war survive generations of peace? Some samurai worried that comfort was weakening traditional values. Stories celebrating ancient heroes became increasingly popular. Tales of courage, sacrifice, and loyalty reminded people of a more turbulent past. One story in particular captured the imagination of the nation: the story of the 47 Ronin. Their actions would become one of the most famous examples of loyalty in Japanese history, and their legend would help define what many people believed the samurai spirit truly meant. The great irony of samurai history is that many of the ideas people associate most strongly with the samurai were not fully developed during times of constant warfare. They emerged during peace, when armies no longer marched across Japan, when castles no longer faced regular sieges, when generations of warriors grew old without ever experiencing a battlefield. It was during the long Tokugawa peace that the samurai began asking deeper questions about who they were. If a warrior no longer fought, what defined him? If loyalty could no longer be proven through combat, how should it be demonstrated? If death no longer waited around every corner, what did courage mean? These questions led to the gradual development of a philosophy that later generations would call Bushido, the way of the warrior. It is important to understand that Bushido was not a single document. It was not a universal code handed down from ancient times. It evolved gradually over centuries. Different regions interpreted it differently. Different writers emphasized different virtues. Yet certain themes appeared again and again. Loyalty, duty, self-discipline, courage, honor, integrity, the willingness to place responsibility above personal gain. These ideals became increasingly important as samurai searched for purpose in an age of peace. One of the strongest influences on this developing philosophy came from Neo-Confucianism. Confucian scholars taught that every person occupied a specific role within society. A ruler had obligations to his subjects. Subjects had obligations to their ruler. Parents guided children. Children respected parents. Order emerged when everyone fulfilled their responsibilities faithfully. For the samurai, these teachings reinforced existing beliefs about service and duty. A warrior's value was measured not simply by military ability, but by moral character. To serve faithfully was honorable. To abandon one's obligations was shameful. Over time, loyalty became elevated almost to a sacred principle. The ideal samurai was expected to remain loyal regardless of hardship, whether successful or unsuccessful, whether rewarded or neglected, whether life became easy or difficult. True loyalty demanded constancy. Of course, real life was often more complicated. History contains many examples of samurai changing sides, pursuing personal ambitions, or placing family interests above loyalty. They were human beings, not perfect embodiments of philosophy. Yet ideals matter even when people fail to achieve them. The ideal shaped expectations. It influenced behavior. It provided standards against which actions were judged. One of the most influential texts associated with Bushido emerged during the early 18th century. It was called the Hagakure, written by Yamamoto Tsunetomo, a former samurai retainer. The work reflected upon the meaning of warrior life during a peaceful era. Many of its passages became famous, none more so than the statement that the way of the samurai is found in death. To modern ears, such words may sound extreme, but Tsunetomo's meaning was more complex than a simple glorification of dying. He argued that a samurai should live with constant awareness of mortality. By accepting death as inevitable, a warrior could act decisively without being controlled by fear. Fear of death often leads people to compromise principles. Fear encourages hesitation. Fear tempts individuals to choose safety over duty. A samurai who had already accepted mortality could focus entirely on doing what was right. Whether one agrees with this philosophy or not, its influence was profound. It reinforced the idea that courage involved more than physical bravery. It required mental discipline, the ability to place duty above self-preservation. These concepts spread widely through warrior culture. At the same time, samurai increasingly embraced cultural pursuits. Many became accomplished scholars. Others wrote poetry. Some studied history or philosophy. Calligraphy remained highly respected. The ability to write beautifully reflected self-control and refinement. A skilled brushstroke revealed character. The connection between martial and artistic discipline became a recurring theme. Both required patience. Both demanded years of practice. Both rewarded precision. The ideal warrior mastered himself, whether holding a sword or a brush. Tea ceremony also reached extraordinary levels of importance. To outsiders, the significance of preparing tea might seem difficult to understand. Yet within samurai culture, the tea ceremony represented far more than a beverage. It was an exercise in awareness. Every movement mattered. Every gesture carried meaning. Participants cultivated attentiveness to the present moment. For men whose ancestors had lived amid chaos and violence, the tea room offered something different. Order, stillness, reflection, a temporary escape from worldly concerns. The values cultivated there, discipline, respect, mindfulness, aligned closely with broader samurai ideals. One could even argue that tea ceremony became a kind of peaceful counterpart to martial training. Both sought mastery through repetition. Both demanded concentration. Both transformed ordinary actions into pathways towards self-improvement. Despite these cultural developments, tensions remained within samurai society. Economic realities increasingly challenged traditional assumptions. Many samurai lived on fixed stipends. These payments did not always keep pace with changing conditions. As commerce expanded, merchants accumulated wealth. Some merchant families became extraordinarily prosperous. Meanwhile, numerous samurai struggled financially. The situation created an uncomfortable contradiction. Officially, merchants occupied a lower social rank. Unofficially, some possessed far greater economic power. The samurai maintained prestige. But prestige alone could not always pay debts. Many warrior families found themselves caught between expectations and reality. They were expected to live honorably, to maintain dignity, to embody high status. Yet some lacked the resources necessary to support those expectations. This tension contributed to growing anxiety about the future. Stories celebrating loyalty and sacrifice became increasingly important during these years. None proved more influential than the tale of the 47 Ronin. The incident began in 1701. A daimyo named Asano Naganori became involved in a dispute with a court official named Kira Yashinaka. The precise details remain debated. What is clear is that tensions escalated. Eventually, Asano drew his sword inside Edo Castle and attacked Kira. Such behavior violated strict regulations. Violence within the castle was forbidden. The consequences were immediate. Asano was ordered to commit seppuku. His land were confiscated. His family lost status. And his retainers suddenly became ronin, masterless samurai. For many people, the story could have ended there. But 47 of Asano's former retainers made a different decision. Believing that their lord had been treated unjustly, they resolved to seek revenge. The task was dangerous. Authorities expected retaliation. Kira's supporters watched carefully. The Ronin understood this. Rather than acting immediately, they waited. Months passed, then a year, then nearly 2 years. During this time, they deliberately created the impression that they had abandoned their intentions. Some took ordinary jobs. Others appeared to drift into aimless lives. Observers concluded they were harmless. The deception worked. When vigilance relaxed, the Ronin struck. In December 1702, they attacked Kira's residence. After fierce fighting, they killed him. Then, rather than fleeing, they surrendered themselves. Their revenge complete, they awaited judgment. The government faced a difficult decision. On one hand, the Ronin had committed murder. On the other, they had demonstrated extraordinary loyalty. Public opinion largely admired them. Many viewed their actions as embodying the highest samurai virtues. Ultimately, authorities ordered the Ronin to commit seppuku. This punishment acknowledged their violation of the law while preserving their honor. The story became legendary. Plays, books, poems, later films and television dramas. Generation after generation retold the tale. The 47 Ronin came to symbolize loyalty carried to its ultimate conclusion. Historians continue debating whether their actions should be celebrated or criticized. Yet there is no question about the story's cultural impact. It shaped popular understanding of what samurai were supposed to be. The incident also revealed a broader tension within Bushido itself. What happens when loyalty conflicts with law? What should a warrior do when competing obligations pull in different directions? Such questions rarely have simple answers. Samurai face them repeatedly throughout history. The ideal of absolute loyalty sounded clear in theory. Reality often proved more complicated. As the 18th century gave way to the 19th, these tensions became increasingly significant. The Tokugawa system had achieved something remarkable. More than 2 centuries of relative peace. Few governments in world history have maintained stability for so long. Yet stability sometimes creates new challenges. Economic change accelerated. Urban populations grew. Intellectual life expanded. New ideas circulated. Some people began questioning existing institutions. Others worried that Japan had become isolated from developments elsewhere in the world. Beyond the oceans, powerful changes were reshaping human history. Industrialization, global trade, expanding empires, scientific innovation. Japan remained largely insulated from these forces, but not forever. Far away, Western nations were extending their influence across the globe. Soon, ships powered by technologies unknown to earlier generations would appear on Japanese shores. When they arrived, they would confront the samurai with a challenge unlike any they had ever faced. Not a rival clan, not an invading army from neighboring lands, but an entirely different world. And that encounter would ultimately bring the age of the samurai to its end. For more than 200 years, Japan had existed in a state of relative isolation. The Tokugawa Shogunate had deliberately limited contact with the outside world. Foreign merchants could trade only under strict supervision. Christianity had been suppressed. Japanese citizens were generally forbidden from traveling abroad. Information entered the country slowly and in carefully controlled ways. This policy, known as Sakoku, often translated as the closed country policy, helped preserve stability. It protected Japan from many of the conflicts that accompanied European expansion elsewhere in Asia. It allowed Japanese culture to develop along its own path. And perhaps most importantly for the ruling elite, it helped preserve the social order upon which Tokugawa authority depended. For generations, the system seemed successful. The samurai remained the governing class. The emperor remained a symbolic figure. The shogunate maintained peace. Life changed slowly, but history rarely allows any society to remain isolated forever. Beyond Japan's shores, the world was undergoing transformations on a scale few people inside the country fully understood. European powers had expanded across the globe. Industrial revolutions were changing economies and warfare. Steam-powered ships crossed oceans with unprecedented speed. Modern artillery could destroy fortifications that had once seemed invincible. Entire empires were being reshaped by new technologies. Japan's isolation had preserved stability, but it had also limited exposure to these developments. The consequences became impossible to ignore in the summer of 1853. That year, several large warships appeared in Japanese waters. They belonged to the United States Navy. Their commander was Commodore Matthew Perry. To many Japanese observers, the sight was shocking. The ships were unlike anything most people had ever seen. Powered by steam rather than wind, they moved with an unsettling independence from nature. Dark smoke rose from their funnels. Their size and firepower suggested capabilities far beyond those of traditional Japanese vessels. The Japanese quickly gave them a memorable name, the Black Ships. Perry carried a message from the American government. Japan was to open diplomatic and commercial relations with the United States. The request was backed by a clear implication. Refusal might lead to military action. The shogunate faced an impossible situation. For centuries, it had maintained authority partly through its ability to preserve order and protect the nation. Now it confronted a foreign power possessing technology Japan could not match. Some officials argued for resistance. Others urged compromise. Neither option seemed attractive. The problem was not simply diplomatic. It was psychological. The arrival of the Black Ships shattered assumptions that had guided Japanese policy for generations. The world beyond Japan suddenly seemed larger, more dangerous, and more powerful than many had imagined. When Perry returned the following year, the shogunate agreed to negotiations. The resulting Treaty of Kanagawa opened limited relations between Japan and the United States. Additional agreements with other Western powers followed. Japan's long isolation was ending. The impact was immediate. Many samurai viewed the treaties as humiliating. The government had yielded to foreign pressure. A regime that claimed to protect the country appeared unable to defend its sovereignty. Confidence in the shogunate weakened. Criticism spread. Political debates intensified. Across Japan, people asked difficult questions. How had foreign nations become so powerful? Why was Japan unprepared? Could traditional institutions survive in a rapidly changing world? Different answers emerged. Some advocated modernization. They argued that Japan must learn from Western countries, adopt new technologies, and strengthen itself. Others favor resistance. They believed foreign influence threatened Japanese identity. Still others sought a middle path. The disagreements divided the country. Within the samurai class, these debates proved especially intense. For centuries, samurai had defined themselves as warriors. Yet the arrival of modern military technology raised uncomfortable realities. A master swordsman represented the pinnacle of traditional martial skill. But against modern artillery or rifles, individual swordsmanship offered little protection. The realization was painful. The world was changing, and many of the skills that had once guaranteed military superiority were becoming obsolete. Some samurai responded by embracing reform. They studied foreign languages, examined Western military methods, investigated new technologies. Others rejected such efforts, viewing them as betrayals of tradition. The tension between preservation and adaptation became one of the defining struggles of the age. Among the most influential political movements was one summarized by a powerful slogan: Sano Joy, revere the emperor, expel the barbarians. At first glance, the phrase appeared straightforward. Support the emperor, drive out foreigners. In practice, however, reality proved more complicated. Many of the domains leading opposition to the shogunate soon discovered that expelling Western powers through military force was unrealistic. Several attempts at resistance ended disastrously. When coastal defenses engaged foreign warships, the results exposed the technological gap between Japan and the industrialized West. Cannons shattered fortifications. Ships outperformed traditional defenses. The lesson was impossible to ignore. If Japan wished to remain independent, it would need to modernize. Some of the strongest advocates for change emerged from domains that had long resented Tokugawa rule. Among the most important were Satsuma and Chashu. These domains became centers of political activism. Their leaders increasingly concluded that the shogunate itself had become an obstacle to national survival. A remarkable shift occurred. Many of the same samurai who initially demanded the expulsion of foreigners began advocating modernization instead. Not because they admired foreign powers, but because they feared them. They understood that weakness invited domination. China's experience offered a warning. European powers had forced concessions from the Qing Empire. Japanese reformers feared a similar fate. The challenge became clear. Japan had to modernize rapidly, yet also had to preserve its independence and identity. Achieving both goals would require extraordinary leadership. As tensions escalated, the position of the emperor changed dramatically. For centuries, emperors had largely remained in the background of political life. Now, they became symbols of national renewal. Opponents of the shogunate increasingly rallied around the imperial institution. The emperor represented continuity, legitimacy, a source of unity beyond regional loyalties. By the late 1860s, the political crisis reached a breaking point. The Tokugawa shogunate attempted reforms, but many critics believe they came too late. Trust had eroded. Opposition had grown too strong. In 1867, Tokugawa Ieyasu, the last shogun, made a remarkable decision. Recognizing the severity of the crisis, he formally returned political authority to the emperor. His hope was that this gesture might preserve stability while allowing reform. Instead, it accelerated events. Leaders from Satsuma, Chashu, and allied domains moved quickly. In 1868, they declared the restoration of imperial rule. The event became known as the Meiji Restoration. On paper, It represented the return of power to the emperor. In reality, it marked the beginning of a revolutionary transformation. Not everyone accepted the new order. Many remained loyal to the shogunate. Others distrusted the motives of the restoration leaders. The result was civil war. The conflict that followed became known as the Boshin War. Although often portrayed as a struggle between tradition and modernity, the reality was more complex. Both sides employed modern weapons. Both sides included samurai. Both claimed to act in Japan's best interests. Yet beneath the military campaigns lay a deeper question. What kind of nation would Japan become? The imperial forces gradually gained the advantage. Their leadership proved effective. Their resources expanded. One stronghold after another fell. The old order crumbled. Among the most famous episodes occurred at Ieyasu. The defenders fought stubbornly despite overwhelming odds. Many young samurai demonstrated extraordinary courage. The tragedy of the White Tiger Brigade became especially famous. Composed largely of teenage warriors, the group became separated during the fighting. Believing their castle had fallen, several members chose death rather than surrender. Their story became a symbol of loyalty and sacrifice. Yet symbols could not alter reality. The imperial side continued advancing. Resistance weakened. By 1869, the conflict was effectively over. The Tokugawa era had ended. A new Japan was emerging. For the samurai, however, the greatest shock still lay ahead. Many had supported the restoration, believing it would strengthen traditional values. Instead, the new government began implementing reforms that would eventually abolish the samurai class itself. The irony was extraordinary. The men who had overthrown the shogunate were largely samurai. Yet the changes they introduced would dismantle the very social system from which they came. The transformation would happen rapidly, faster than many could have imagined, and it would force the samurai to confront a question more challenging than any battlefield. Could they survive in a world that no longer needed them? The leaders of the Meiji Restoration faced a challenge unlike any previous government in Japanese history. For centuries, Japan had operated under a feudal system built around hereditary status, regional loyalties, and the military authority of the samurai. That system had produced warriors, castles, domains, and traditions that shaped the nation for generations. But the world beyond Japan was changing rapidly. The new government understood something many of its opponents did not. If Japan hoped to remain independent, it could not simply preserve the past. It had to transform itself, and transformation would come at a cost. The first reforms focused on political power. The domains that had long divided the country were gradually dismantled. For centuries, daimyo had governed their territories with considerable autonomy. Now, the government sought centralization. A modern nation-state required unified administration. In 1869, many daimyo agreed to return their lands and authority to the emperor. At first, the process appeared voluntary, but pressure from the government made the direction of events clear. 2 years later, the domains were formally abolished and replaced with prefectures controlled by officials appointed from the center. The map of Japan changed. So did the structure of power. The old feudal order was disappearing. For some former daimyo, the transition was manageable. They received noble titles. Many retained wealth and influence. The samurai, however, faced a more uncertain future. For generations, their status had been guaranteed by birth. They occupied the highest social rank. They carried swords, received stipends, held administrative authority. Now, every one of those privileges came under scrutiny. The new government believed that Japan could not modernize while maintaining a hereditary warrior class. The argument was practical. Modern states required modern institutions. A national army, a national bureaucracy, a national economy. The old distinctions between warrior and commoner seemed increasingly outdated. One reform followed another. In 1873, the government introduced military conscription. This decision was revolutionary. For centuries, warfare had been the domain of the samurai. Now, commoners could become soldiers. The monopoly on military service ended. The implications were enormous. If any citizen could serve in the army, what made the samurai unique? The question cut to the heart of their identity. Many samurai accepted the logic of reform. Others viewed it as an assault on everything they represented. The new army adopted modern weapons, modern training, modern organization. European military models influenced its development. The future of warfare clearly belonged to mass armies rather than hereditary warrior elites. Technology reinforced this reality. Rifles and artillery increasingly dominated battlefields. Individual swordsmanship, however impressive, could not compete with industrial firepower. The world that had created the samurai was vanishing. Then came another blow. The government gradually converted samurai stipends into government bonds. The change appeared administrative. Its consequences were profound. Many warrior families depended entirely on these payments. Without them, financial security evaporated. Some former samurai adapted successfully. They entered business, became teachers, served as officials, joined the military. Others struggled. The transition from hereditary privilege to economic competition proved difficult. Not everyone possessed skills suited to the new economy. Some families that had enjoyed status for centuries suddenly faced poverty. Perhaps the most emotionally painful reform arrived in 1876. The government prohibited the wearing of swords in public. The law applied even to former samurai. At first glance, the change may seem symbolic, yet symbols matter. For centuries, swords had served as visible markers of warrior identity. A samurai's daisho, the paired long and short swords, announced his status immediately. Removing them felt like erasing part of his existence. Many complied reluctantly. Others resisted. Some reportedly continued carrying swords in secret. To outside observers, the reform represented modernization. To many former warriors, it felt like humiliation. The sword had never been merely a weapon. It was heritage, memory, honor, a connection to ancestors stretching back generations. Now that connection seemed threatened. Resentment spread. Discontent deepened. Small uprisings began appearing across the country. Some former samurai felt betrayed. After all, many had supported the restoration. Many had fought to overthrow the shogunate. They believed they were helping preserve Japan. Instead, they watched their own class being dismantled. The contradictions were difficult to accept. Several rebellions erupted during the 1870s. Most were limited in scale. Most were defeated quickly. Yet they revealed a growing crisis. A significant portion of the former warrior class felt alienated from the new order. The largest and most famous of these uprisings would emerge from Satsuma. Ironically, Satsuma had been one of the key domains responsible for the Meiji Restoration itself. At the center of events stood a remarkable figure, Saigo Takamori. Today, he is often remembered as the last great samurai. The title is not entirely accurate. Many samurai lived after him. Yet the description captures something important. Saigo embodied the values, contradictions, and tragedies of an age that was ending. Born into a samurai family, Saigo played a major role in the movement that overthrew the Tokugawa Shogunate. He helped create the new government. He supported modernization. He believed Japan needed reform. Yet over time, disagreements emerged. Saigo became increasingly uncomfortable with the direction of change. Some reforms seemed too rapid, too disruptive, too willing to discard tradition. By the mid-1870s, tensions reached a breaking point. Saigo withdrew from government service and returned to Satsuma. There, he established schools attended by former samurai. Officially, these institutions focused on education. Unofficially, they became centers of opposition. The government watched nervously. Relations deteriorated. In 1877, conflict finally erupted. The Satsuma Rebellion had begun. Thousands of former samurai rallied to Saigo's banner. Many viewed the struggle as a defense of traditional values. Others simply felt they had no place in the new Japan. The rebellion quickly became the greatest internal threat the Meiji government had yet faced. Yet circumstances differed dramatically from earlier centuries. The government now possessed a modern army. Its soldiers came largely from commoner backgrounds. Its officers employed contemporary military methods. Its forces were equipped with modern rifles and artillery. The contrast between the two sides symbolized a larger historical transformation. On one side stood men shaped by the old order. On the other stood the institutions of a new age. The fighting was intense. The rebels demonstrated courage and determination. Many possessed extensive military experience. They fought with extraordinary commitment. But courage alone could not overcome modern logistics and industrial resources. Again and again, government forces absorbed attacks and countered with superior numbers and firepower. The rebellion gradually weakened. Supplies dwindled. Casualties mounted. Hope faded. The final chapter unfolded near Kagoshima. Saigo and his remaining followers found themselves surrounded, outnumbered, outgunned, with little chance of victory. The end was approaching. Accounts differ regarding the precise details of Saigo's final moments. What is clear is that he died during the last battle. According to traditional accounts, he was wounded and then assisted in committing seppuku by loyal followers. Whether every detail is accurate remains debated. What matters historically is what his death came to represent. With Saigo's fall, organized samurai resistance effectively ended. The rebellion was crushed. The old warrior class could no longer challenge the state. The age of the samurai, in a political and military sense, was over. The symbolism was powerful. The government that defeated the rebellion had been created largely by former samurai. The army that destroyed the last major samurai uprising consisted largely of commoners. History had completed a remarkable circle. The warriors who once ruled Japan had helped build the system that replaced them. Yet despite their defeat, the samurai did not simply disappear. Many adapted. Former warriors entered government service. Others became educators. Some joined the military as officers. Many contributed significantly to Japan's modernization. The skills that had once served feudal lords now serve the nation. Discipline, organization, leadership, these qualities remained valuable even after the social class that cultivated them had vanished. Indeed, some of the most important figures in modern Japanese history came from samurai backgrounds. The class disappeared. Its influence endured. Still, the emotional impact of the transition remained profound. Within a few decades, a social order that had existed for centuries vanished. The transformation occurred so rapidly that many people lived long enough to witness both worlds. They remembered castles filled with retainers, then saw railways crossing the countryside. They remembered hereditary privilege, then watched modern institutions emerge. They remembered the age of the sword, then witnessed the age of industry. Few societies have changed so dramatically in such a short period. Yet the story of the samurai did not end with their abolition. In some ways, their most enduring influence was only beginning, because although the warriors disappeared as a class, their values, legends, and image would become woven into the identity of modern Japan itself. In the years ahead, the spirit of the samurai would be transformed into something entirely new. The death of Saigo Takamori in 1877 marked the end of the samurai as a political and military force. No great rebellion followed. No warrior army would again challenge the Japanese state. The age of castles, feudal domains, and hereditary military rule had finally come to a close. Yet history rarely ends as neatly as dates in a textbook might suggest. A social class can disappear. Its influence can remain. In the case of the samurai, that influence would prove remarkably powerful. The leaders of the Meiji government understood that they faced a delicate problem. They had abolished the old order, but they still needed a shared national identity. Japan was transforming rapidly. Railways expanded across the country. Factories appeared. Schools educated growing numbers of children. New industries emerged. Western technology entered daily life. Political institutions evolved. The nation was changing faster than at any point in its history. Such change created uncertainty. People needed symbols that connected the future to the past. The samurai provided one of those symbols. Ironically, many of the men shaping modern Japan came from samurai families themselves. They no longer served feudal lords, yet they carried with them values inherited from generations of warrior ancestors. Discipline, duty, loyalty, commitment to education, self-control. These qualities became useful tools in building a modern state. Gradually, elements of samurai culture were reinterpreted. Practices rooted in feudal service were transformed into national ideals. Loyalty, once directed toward a lord, became loyalty toward the nation. Duty once owed to a clan became duty owed to Japan. The concept of Bushido underwent a similar transformation. During the samurai era, Bushido had never been a single universal code. It varied by period, region, and individual interpretation. Now it was increasingly presented as something broader. Writers and educators described it as the moral essence of Japanese civilization. Books explained Bushido to domestic and foreign audiences alike. One of the most influential examples came from Naito Inatsu, whose work Bushido, the Soul of Japan, introduced many Western readers to samurai ideals. Naito portrayed the samurai tradition as a source of ethical principles that remained relevant in modern society. His interpretation was highly influential. It was also selective. Like many authors, he emphasized certain aspects while downplaying others. Yet his work helped shape global perceptions of the samurai for generations. Within Japan, schools increasingly taught values associated with discipline, responsibility, and service. Students learned stories of historical warriors. Tales of loyalty and sacrifice became part of national education. The samurai were no longer rulers. They were becoming symbols. This process intensified during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. As Japan emerged as a modern power, political leaders sought historical traditions that could unify society. Samurai imagery proved useful. It connected contemporary ambitions with a respected past. Military institutions embraced these connections enthusiastically. Officers studied historical battles. Warrior virtues were celebrated. The image of the disciplined samurai became intertwined with modern military identity. At first, this development appeared positive to many observers. Japan modernized rapidly. It defeated China in the First Sino-Japanese War. It defeated Russia in the Russo-Japanese War. These victories shocked much of the world. For the first time in modern history, an Asian power had defeated a major European empire in a large-scale conflict. Many Japanese citizens saw these successes as evidence that modernization and traditional values could coexist. The nation seemed to have found a path that combined technological progress with cultural continuity. Yet the reinterpretation of samurai ideals also carried risks. Historical traditions are powerful. They can inspire. They can also be manipulated. As the 20th century progressed, some political and military leaders began emphasizing extreme versions of loyalty and sacrifice. Complex historical ideas were simplified. Nuance disappeared. Certain aspects of samurai culture were exaggerated while others were ignored. The result was a distorted vision of Bushido. instead of emphasizing moral responsibility and self-discipline. Some interpretations focused almost exclusively on obedience and self-sacrifice. These developments contributed to the militarization of Japanese society during the 1930s and World War II. It is important to understand that this wartime ideology was not identical to historical samurai culture. Rather, it was a modern reinterpretation shaped by contemporary political goals. Nevertheless, samurai imagery played a significant role. Soldiers were encouraged to see themselves as heirs to ancient warriors. Concepts associated with honor and death received renewed emphasis. The consequences were often tragic. The most famous example was the kamikaze program during the final stages of World War II. The name itself echoed the divine wind that had destroyed the Mongol invasion fleets centuries earlier. Young pilots carried out suicide attacks against enemy ships. Many believed they were acting in accordance with ideals of duty and sacrifice. Others felt trapped by social expectations and military pressure. The reality was complex and often heartbreaking. After Japan's defeat in 1945, the country faced another period of profound transformation. Military institutions were dismantled. Political structures changed. Society reevaluated many assumptions about the past. The legacy of the samurai became the subject of debate. Some people argued that Bushido had contributed to militarism and war. Others insisted that historical samurai values have been distorted and misused by modern governments. The discussion continues even today. Historians remain divided on certain questions. What is clear is that the samurai legacy cannot be reduced to a single interpretation. It contains both admirable and troubling elements. Like all historical traditions, it reflects the complexities of human experience. Meanwhile, something fascinating was happening beyond Japan. Interest in the samurai was spreading across the world. Western audiences encountered samurai stories through books, exhibitions, and eventually film. The image of the warrior carrying two swords, bound by honor and discipline, captured imaginations far beyond Japan's borders. Few individuals contributed more to this global fascination than filmmaker Akira Kurosawa. His films introduced international audiences to Japanese history and culture with unprecedented impact. Works such as Seven Samurai, Yojimbo, Throne of Blood, and Ram became classics of world cinema. They presented warriors not as flawless heroes, but as complicated human beings. Brave, flawed, noble at times, selfish at others. Kurosawa understood something important. The most compelling historical figures are rarely simple. His samurai struggled with loyalty, fear, ambition, duty, and survival. Their humanity made them unforgettable. The influence of these films spread far beyond Japan. Directors around the world drew inspiration from them. Stories were adapted and reimagined. The structure of Seven Samurai influenced the Magnificent Seven. Elements of samurai culture helped inspire the Jedi of Star Wars. Countless books, comics, games, and films borrowed themes associated with warrior traditions. The samurai became global cultural icons. Often these representations prioritized myth over historical accuracy. Popular culture tends to simplify. Complex realities become clear narratives. Messy historical figures become heroes or villains. The samurai were no exception. Many modern portrayals emphasize honor while ignoring political intrigue. They celebrate swordsmanship while overlooking administration and governance. They romanticize loyalty while minimizing social inequality. Yet even imperfect portrayals reveal something important. The enduring appeal of the samurai speaks to universal human interests. People admire dedication. They admire mastery. They admire individuals willing to sacrifice for ideals greater than themselves. Whether historical samurai always lived according to those ideals is another question. But the ideals themselves continue to resonate. At the same time, historians have spent decades working to separate myth from reality. Research into original documents, legal records, diaries, and military accounts has revealed a far more nuanced picture. The real samurai were not identical to their legends. They could be courageous. They could also be ruthless. They valued loyalty. They also engaged in political maneuvering. So were highly educated. Others were not. Some embodied ideals celebrated by later generations. Others fell far short. In other words, they were human, understanding that humanity does not diminish their significance. If anything, it makes their story more interesting. Perfect heroes teach little. Real people navigating difficult circumstances reveal much more about the past. The modern legacy of the samurai therefore exists on multiple levels. There is the historical reality. The actual warriors who lived, fought, governed, and died across centuries of Japanese history. There is the national memory, the way Japan remembers and interprets that past. And there is the global myth, the version that is spread around the world through literature, film, and popular culture. All three matter. All three continue shaping how people understand the samurai today. Yet to truly understand the warriors, we must go deeper still, beyond battles and politics, beyond myths and legends, into the philosophy, poetry, and inner world that helped define what many samurai believed life itself should mean. Because the story of the samurai was never only about war. It was also about ideas, about beauty, about mortality, about the search for meaning in an uncertain world. And that is where our journey goes next. When people imagine the samurai, they usually picture armor, swords, and battles. They think of warriors charging across fields, defending castles, or engaging in dramatic duels. Those images are not wrong. Combat was an important part of samurai life. But if we focus only on warfare, we miss something essential. Many samurai spent far more time reading, writing, studying, and reflecting than they ever spent fighting. To understand the samurai fully, we must understand not only how they fought, but how they thought. The inner life of the warrior was every bit as important as his martial training. This idea surprises many modern observers. In much of the world, warriors and intellectuals occupied separate spheres. In Japan, the ideal samurai was expected to combine both. He was supposed to be capable with a sword and with a brush, strong in battle and thoughtful in peace, disciplined in action and disciplined in thought. This ideal became known as Bunbu Ryodo, the dual way of the pen and the sword. According to this philosophy, military skill alone was insufficient. A true warrior required education, understanding of literature, familiarity with philosophy, the ability to communicate effectively, the ability to govern wisely, the ability to reflect upon his own actions. Many samurai therefore received extensive education. Young boys studied classical Chinese texts. They learned calligraphy. They read histories and moral teachings. They practiced poetry. Some became highly accomplished scholars. Others developed reputations as artists, philosophers, or teachers. Even during periods of intense warfare, intellectual achievement remained respected. The roots of this educational tradition lay partly in Confucian thought. Confucian philosophy emphasized self-cultivation. A person improved himself through study, discipline, and moral effort. Leadership required character. Authority carried responsibilities. A ruler or official should strive constantly toward virtue. These ideas resonated strongly within samurai society. A warrior who possessed strength but lacked moral discipline could become dangerous. A warrior who combined strength with wisdom could become a capable leader. Confucianism encouraged samurai to think seriously about ethics. What obligations does a person owe to others? How should authority be exercised? What responsibilities accompany power? Such questions mattered because samurai were not merely fighters. They were administrators, judges, tax collectors, advisors, and officials. Their decisions affected entire communities. The expectation of moral responsibility became deeply embedded in samurai culture. Alongside Confucian influences stood another powerful force: Zen Buddhism. The relationship between Zen and the samurai remains one of the most fascinating cultural connections in Japanese history. At first glance, the pairing seems strange. Buddhism teaches compassion. Samurai were warriors. Buddhism seeks liberation from suffering. Samurai trained for combat. Yet, Zen offered something that many warriors found invaluable: mental discipline. Zen emphasized direct experience, presence in the moment, freedom from unnecessary distraction. These qualities proved useful far beyond the walls of a monastery. A warrior entering battle could not afford hesitation. Fear could be fatal. Confusion could be fatal. Distraction could be fatal. Zen practices helped cultivate calm under pressure. Through meditation, practitioners learned to observe thoughts without becoming controlled by them. They learned to accept uncertainty. They learned to remain focused even in difficult circumstances. Many samurai found these lessons deeply relevant. Zen also encouraged reflection on impermanence. Nothing lasts forever. Not wealth, not power, not youth, not life itself. This awareness resonated strongly in a society where violence remained an ever-present possibility. A warrior might spend years preparing for battle only to die in a single moment. The fleeting nature of existence was impossible to ignore. Rather than resisting this reality, Zen encouraged acceptance. The cherry blossom became one of the most famous symbols associated with these ideas. Cherry blossoms are beautiful, yet their beauty lasts only briefly. Within days, petals begin to fall. For many Japanese thinkers, this made the blossoms more meaningful, not less. Their impermanence heightened their value. The image resonated deeply with samurai culture. A warrior's life, too, might be brief. What mattered was not duration. What mattered was how one lived. This perspective influenced countless works of literature and art. Poetry became especially important. To modern readers, it may seem surprising that warriors devoted so much attention to poetry. Yet poetry occupied a central place within samurai culture. A skilled warrior was often expected to compose verse. Poetry provided a way to express thoughts and emotions that might otherwise remain unspoken. It encouraged observation, reflection, sensitivity, qualities not always associated with warriors, but highly valued within Japanese tradition. The most common form among earlier generations was waka, a short poem consisting of 31 syllables arranged in a specific pattern. Despite its brevity, waka could convey remarkable depth. Themes often included nature, seasons, love, loss, loyalty, and mortality. The challenge lay in expressing profound ideas with elegant simplicity. This required discipline. Every word mattered. Every image carried weight. Later generations embraced forms such as haiku, which condensed expression even further. A haiku contains only 17 syllables, yet in skilled hands, it can evoke entire worlds. The famous poet Matsuo Basho, though not a samurai himself, influenced many warriors through his approach to simplicity and observation. His poems encouraged readers to find significance in ordinary moments. A frog jumping into a pond, a crow perched on a branch, a quiet path through the countryside. The lesson was subtle but powerful. Meaning does not always reside in grand events. Sometimes it exists in small details. Many samurai appreciated this perspective. Their lives often involved long periods of routine, punctuated by moments of crisis. Learning to value ordinary experience helped balance the demands of duty. One particularly important tradition involved the composition of death poems. When facing execution, illness, battle, or ritual suicide, some samurai wrote final verses. These poems served as last statements, final reflections on life and mortality. They varied enormously in tone. Some expressed serenity, others regret. Some displayed humor, others quiet resignation. Many revealed remarkable composure. Consider how extraordinary this practice was. A person facing death chose not merely to prepare physically. He prepared intellectually and emotionally. His final act involved reflection and expression. The poem became part of his legacy, a final glimpse into his character. The existence of such poems tells us much about samurai values. Death was not viewed solely as an ending. It was also seen as a test of dignity, a final opportunity to demonstrate self-control. Of course, not every samurai faced mortality with calm acceptance. Historical reality was more complicated. Fear, grief, and uncertainty remained universal human experiences. Yet the ideal mattered. It shaped expectations. It influenced behavior. It provided a model toward which many aspired. Calligraphy occupied another important place in samurai culture. Writing beautifully was not simply a technical skill. It reflected discipline and character. The brush responded directly to the hand. Mistakes could not easily be erased. Each stroke required confidence and control. In this sense, calligraphy resembled swordsmanship. Both demanded concentration. Both rewarded practice. Both revealed something about the person performing them. Some teachers even drew explicit comparisons between the two arts. The sword and the brush became parallel symbols of mastery. One shaped external action. The other shaped internal discipline. Art, too, flourished within warrior circles. Painting, garden design, architecture, ceremony, all became vehicles for self-cultivation. Perhaps nowhere is this clearer than in the tea ceremony. To an outsider, preparing tea may appear simple. Yet the ceremony evolved into one of Japan's most sophisticated cultural practices. Every movement possessed significance. Every object was chosen carefully. The arrangement of flowers, the design of the tea bowl, the placement of utensils. Nothing was accidental. The goal was not luxury. Quite the opposite. The greatest tea masters often emphasize simplicity, imperfection, natural beauty. The philosophy, known as wabi-sabi, celebrated the imperfect and the transient. A cracked bowl repaired with care could possess greater beauty than a flawless object. A weathered structure could evoke deeper emotion than a pristine one. Such ideas reflected broader Japanese aesthetic values. They also harmonized with Buddhist awareness of impermanence. Warriors found meaning in these practices because they offered balance. The same individual who studied combat might spend hours arranging flowers. The same man who commanded troops might compose poetry. The same leader who governed provinces might sit quietly in a tea room contemplating a simple bowl. Modern audiences sometimes struggle with these combinations. We often divide people into categories: warrior, scholar, artist, administrator. The samurai ideal rejected such separation. A complete person cultivated multiple dimensions of life. Not everyone achieved this ideal. Many fell short. Some cared little for philosophy. Others ignored cultural pursuits. Yet the aspiration itself remained influential. It shaped education, behavior, expectations, and it helped create one of the most distinctive warrior cultures in world history. The samurai were not simply soldiers. They were participants in a broader intellectual and artistic tradition. A tradition concerned not only with how to fight, but with how to live. And perhaps most importantly, with how to find meaning in a world where everything, including life itself, was temporary. Yet if philosophy shaped the samurai mind, there was one object that shaped the samurai imagination more than any other. An object that became a symbol of identity, status, craftsmanship, and spirit. The weapon that later generations would associate with the samurai above all others. The sword. And in the next part, we will explore the extraordinary history of the katana and the deep relationship between the warrior and his blade. Of all the images associated with the samurai, none is more famous than the sword. Across the world, the curved blade of the Japanese warrior has become an instantly recognizable symbol. It appears in films, novels, paintings, museums, and martial arts schools. For many people, the sword and the samurai seem inseparable. Yet the relationship between the samurai and the sword was far more complex than popular culture often suggests. The sword was a weapon, but it was also a work of art, a status symbol, a family heirloom, a spiritual object, and, in many ways, a reflection of the warrior himself. Ironically, during much of early samurai history, the sword was not even the primary battlefield weapon. That honor belonged to the bow. Mounted archery dominated warfare for centuries. Skilled horsemen could strike enemies at a distance while remaining highly mobile. The ability to shoot accurately from horseback was considered one of the greatest martial accomplishments. Spears also played a major role. As warfare evolved and armies grew larger, the spear became increasingly important. It offered greater reach than a sword and proved highly effective in formation fighting. Yet despite these realities, the sword gradually acquired a unique symbolic importance. Why? Part of the answer lies in intimacy. A bow kills from afar. A spear creates distance. A sword requires proximity. Using it demands direct confrontation. The warrior faces his opponent at close range. The encounter becomes personal. This intimacy gave the sword a special place within samurai culture. It was not merely a tool of war. It became a symbol of character. The most famous Japanese sword is the katana. Its elegant curved blade is recognized around the world. However, the katana was the product of centuries of development. Earlier warriors often carried a weapon known as the tachi. Like the katana, it featured a curved blade, but it was typically longer and worn suspended from the belt with the edge facing downward. The design reflected the needs of mounted combat. As warfare changed, sword designs evolved as well. The katana eventually emerged as the dominant form. It was worn thrust through the belt with the edge facing upward. This arrangement allowed rapid drawing and striking in a single motion. The result was both practical and aesthetically distinctive. To understand why Japanese swords became so highly regarded, one must understand the people who made them. Swordsmiths occupied a unique position within Japanese society. They were craftsmen, but they were also artists, and in many ways, they were viewed almost as spiritual practitioners. The creation of a sword involved far more than simple metalworking. It was a process requiring patience, discipline, and extraordinary technical skill. The steel used in traditional Japanese swords came from iron sand smelted in a specialized furnace known as a Taira. Producing high-quality steel was difficult. The resulting material contained impurities and variations that required careful refinement. Swordsmiths addressed this challenge through repeated folding and hammering. The metal was heated, folded, hammered flat, then folded again. This process could be repeated many times. The goal was not simply to create visual patterns, though beautiful patterns often emerged. The goal was to distribute carbon more evenly and improve the quality of the steel. Over time, Japanese smiths developed sophisticated methods for combining different types of steel. Hard steel provided a sharp edge. Softer steel added flexibility and resilience. Together, they created a blade capable of maintaining sharpness without becoming excessively brittle. The final stages of production were equally important. One of the most distinctive features of Japanese swords is the visible temper line known as the hamon. This line resulted from differential hardening. The smith applied clay to different parts of the blade before heating and quenching it. Because various sections cooled at different rates, the blade developed areas with different physical properties. The edge became extremely hard. The spine remained somewhat more flexible. The hamon revealed this process visually. Each smith developed characteristic patterns. Experts could often identify a blade's creator based on these details. After forging came polishing. This stage could take weeks. Specialized craftsmen used increasingly fine stones to refine the blade's surface. Polishing revealed the steel's structure and enhanced both beauty and performance. A poorly polished sword could conceal its finest qualities. A masterful polish brought them to life. The completed sword represented the work of multiple specialists. The blade itself came from a smith. Other artisans created the fittings, the guard, the handle wrapping, the scabbard. Each component required skill. Together they formed a unified work of art. Many samurai believed that a sword possessed a spirit. Modern readers may interpret such beliefs symbolically. Yet within historical warrior culture, the idea carried real significance. A sword accompanied its owner through major events. It might pass from father to son across generations. It could witness battles, ceremonies, triumphs, and tragedies. Over time, the blade accumulated stories. Memory attached itself to metal. The sword became more than an object. It became part of a family's identity. Some swords acquired legendary reputations. Names were given to especially famous blades. Stories spread about their origins and deeds. Certain weapons became associated with victory, others with misfortune. Whether these tales reflected reality mattered less than their cultural impact. They reinforced the idea that swords occupied a special place within the world of the samurai. The phrase, often repeated in later centuries, was simple. The sword is the soul of the samurai. The statement should not be interpreted literally. It reveals how deeply warriors identified with their blades. The sword symbolized honor, duty, responsibility, the willingness to act. To lose one sword could bring shame. To neglect its care reflected poorly on character. Many samurai maintained their weapons meticulously. Cleaning and preserving a sword became almost ritualized. Respect for the weapon reflected respect for the values it represented. Of course, swords were still weapons. And like all weapons, they could kill. The reality of violence should not be ignored. Popular culture sometimes romanticizes swordsmanship while overlooking its purpose. Historical swords existed because societies fought wars. They existed because people harmed one another. The beauty of a blade coexisted with its deadly function. This duality runs throughout samurai history. A culture capable of producing exquisite craftsmanship was also capable of great violence. Both truths must be acknowledged. Swordsmanship itself developed into a sophisticated discipline. Numerous schools emerged over the centuries. Each taught distinct techniques and philosophies. Some emphasized aggressive offense. Others focused on defense and timing. Many stressed mental preparation as much as physical skill. Students practiced endlessly. Basic movements were repeated thousands of times. Footwork, posture, balance, control, mastery required years. Perhaps the most famous swordsman in Japanese history was Miyamoto Musashi. Born in the late 16th century, Musashi became legendary for his success in duels. Accounts credit him with more than 60 victories. Whether every story is accurate remains uncertain. Legends often grow over time. What is clear is that Musashi achieved remarkable fame. His influence extended beyond combat. Later in life, he wrote the Book of Five Rings, a treatise on strategy and martial philosophy. The text explored not only fighting techniques, but broader principles of perception adaptation, and decision-making. Readers continue studying it centuries later. Musashi's life illustrates an important aspect of samurai culture. The greatest warriors often sought understanding beyond mere technique. Physical skill mattered. Mental discipline mattered more. A sword in untrained hands was dangerous. A sword in disciplined hands could become an instrument of purpose. The ideal warrior therefore pursued self-mastery, not simply victory. Self-mastery remained important because duels occupied a significant place in samurai society. Disputes could sometimes be settled through formal combat. Reputation was often at stake. The psychological pressure was immense. A duel might last only seconds. Years of preparation could be tested in a single moment. The outcome could determine honor, status, and survival. Such encounters reinforced the connection between martial skill and mental control. A distracted warrior risked defeat. A fearful warrior risked defeat. The mind mattered as much as the blade. As Japan entered the peaceful Tokugawa era, swords gradually lost much of their battlefield importance. Firearms existed. Large-scale wars became rare. Many samurai spent entire lives without using their swords in combat. Yet the symbolic importance of the weapon increased rather than diminished. The sword became a visible marker of social identity, a reminder of heritage, a connection to the warrior past. Even when practical necessity declined, cultural significance remained. By the 19th century, carrying paired swords had become one of the defining privileges of samurai status, which is why the Meiji government's ban on wearing swords in public struck so deeply. The reform affected more than fashion. It challenged identity itself. The sword had long served as an outward expression of who the samurai were. Its removal symbolized the end of an era. Yet despite political changes, the legacy of the sword endured. Today, traditional swordsmiths continue their craft. Historic blades remain treasured cultural artifacts. Martial arts preserve techniques developed centuries ago. Collectors and scholars study famous weapons. Museums display masterpieces of craftsmanship. The sword no longer occupies the role it once did, but its significance remains, because the story of the katana is ultimately about more than steel. It is about the people who carried it, their values, their aspirations, their contradictions, their history. And among those values, none has generated more fascination or more misunderstanding than the samurai concept of honor. For honor shaped everything from daily behavior to battlefield conduct, from loyalty and duty to one of the most famous and controversial practices in Japanese history, ritual suicide. And that is where our story goes next. If the sword was the symbol of the samurai, honor was the foundation upon which everything else rested. To modern audiences, honor can seem like a vague or abstract concept. People use the word frequently, but often mean different things by it. For the samurai, however, honor was not merely an idea. It was a practical force that influenced daily life, political decisions, family relationships, military service, and even the manner of one's death. A samurai's reputation mattered enormously. In a world built upon personal loyalty and hereditary status, trust was essential. Lords needed retainers they could depend upon. Retainers needed leaders they believed worthy of service. Families relied upon reputations accumulated over generations. Honor therefore had social consequences. A respected warrior gained opportunities. A disgraced warrior lost them. The actions of an individual reflected upon an entire family. This collective dimension distinguished samurai honor from many modern ideas of personal identity. A samurai did not represent only himself. He represented his ancestors, his descendants, his household, his lord, his clan. Every action carried broader implications. This reality created tremendous pressure. A mistake could affect far more than one person. Failure might damage a family's standing for generations. Success could elevate an entire lineage. The stakes were often high. As a result, samurai culture placed enormous emphasis on self-control. A warrior was expected to govern his emotions. Anger, fear, greed, and impulsiveness were viewed as dangerous weaknesses. Not because samurai were expected to be emotionless. They were not. Historical records reveal countless examples of warriors experiencing grief, joy, frustration, love, and despair. They were human beings, but the ideal demanded discipline. Emotions should not dictate actions. Duty should. This emphasis on discipline appeared in every aspect of life. The way one spoke, the way one dressed, the way one treated superiors and subordinates, the way one responded to success and failure. Proper conduct reinforced honor. Improper conduct threatened it. Loyalty occupied a particularly important place within this framework. Throughout samurai history, service to a lord formed the core of warrior identity. A retainer pledged loyalty. A lord provided protection, status, and purpose. The relationship was reciprocal, at least in theory. Reality often proved more complicated. Some lords were wise and generous. Others were incompetent or cruel. Some retainers remained faithful through hardship. Others changed allegiances when circumstances shifted. History rarely conforms perfectly to ideals. Yet the ideal itself remained powerful. Stories celebrating loyalty circulated widely. They shaped expectations. They inspire behavior. They provided examples for future generations. The famous story of the 47 Ronin became so influential precisely because it embodied these values. Their willingness to devote years to avenging their lord resonated deeply within samurai culture. Whether one viewed their actions as admirable or problematic, few questioned the depth of their commitment. Commitment mattered. Sacrifice mattered. The willingness to place duty above personal interest became one of the defining characteristics associated with the samurai ideal. Closely connected to honor and loyalty was another concept that fascinates modern audiences: the samurai relationship with death. Popular culture often portrays samurai as fearless warriors who welcome death without hesitation. The reality was more nuanced. No historical society completely escapes the human instinct for survival. Samurai fear death as other people do. They worried about their families. They experienced uncertainty. They confronted danger with varying degrees of courage. Yet samurai culture did encourage a distinctive attitude toward mortality. Warriors lived in a world where violent death remained a genuine possibility. Battles, rebellions, assassinations, political intrigues. Conflict appeared regularly throughout much of Japanese history. A warrior who became obsessed with avoiding death might hesitate at critical moments. Such hesitation could prove fatal. As a result, many samurai thinkers argued that one should accept the inevitability of death, not seek it recklessly, not glorify it unnecessarily, but acknowledge it honestly. This attitude drew influence from several sources. Buddhism emphasized impermanence. Everything changes. Everything passes away. Attachment to temporary things often produces suffering. Confucianism emphasized duty and responsibility. Sometimes obligations require personal sacrifice. Together, these traditions encouraged warriors to view mortality with a degree of philosophical acceptance. One of the most famous expressions of this outlook appears in the Hagakure. Its author, Yamamoto Tsunetomo, argued that a samurai should constantly keep death in mind. The statement has often been misunderstood. Tsunetomo was not advocating mindless self-destruction. Rather, he believed that accepting mortality freed a person from fear. A warrior no longer controlled by fear could act decisively. Whether one agrees with his reasoning or not, the idea became enormously influential. It shaped later interpretations of Bushido. It also contributed to one of the most controversial practices in samurai history, seppuku, known colloquially in the West as harakiri. Seppuku was a form of ritual suicide associated primarily with the warrior class. The practice remains one of the most misunderstood aspects of Japanese history. Popular depictions often focus on shock value. The historical reality was more complex. Seppuku served multiple functions. In some cases, it allowed a samurai to avoid capture. In others, it acted as a form of protest. Sometimes it functioned as a judicial punishment. Occasionally, it provided a means of preserving honor after failure. Context mattered. Motives varied. The ritual itself followed established procedures. A samurai typically dressed in formal clothing. He might compose a final poem. Witnesses were often present. The act was intended to demonstrate courage, self-control, and acceptance of responsibility. Because the process was extraordinarily painful, a trusted assistant known as a kaishakunin usually stood nearby. At the appropriate moment, the assistant delivered a sword stroke intended to end suffering quickly. The details differed depending upon circumstances and historical period. Yet the broader purpose remained consistent. Seppuku transformed death into a statement. It allowed the individual to retain a measure of agency. Modern observers frequently struggle with the concept, and understandably so. The values that supported such practices differ significantly from those of most contemporary societies. Yet understanding does not require agreement. Historical analysis asks us to examine how people understood their own world. For many samurai, honor and responsibility carried weight that is difficult to fully appreciate today. Failure was not always viewed as something that could simply be forgotten. Actions had consequences. Responsibility demanded acknowledgement. Within that cultural framework, seppuku acquired meaning. Not everyone embraced it enthusiastically. Not every samurai faced such circumstances. But the practice became an enduring symbol of warrior values. Death poems often accompanied these moments. Known as jisei, these final verses represented a uniquely revealing aspect of samurai culture. Facing death, many individuals chose to express themselves through poetry. The resulting works vary greatly. Some are solemn, others serene. A few even contain humor. Together, they offer glimpses into personal experiences often hidden behind public roles. One warrior might reflect on falling blossoms, another on the moon, another on the passage of seasons. The themes frequently emphasized impermanence. Life passes. Beauty fades. Nothing remains unchanged. Yet these poems rarely express despair. More often, they suggest acceptance, a recognition that transience itself gives life meaning. Such ideas reveal the influence of Buddhist thought. They also highlight the literary sophistication present within samurai culture. The ability to compose poetry remained highly valued. Even at life's end, honor influenced social interactions as well. Etiquette mattered enormously. Forms of address reflected status. Ceremonies reinforced relationships. Proper behavior demonstrated respect. Violations could cause offense. In extreme cases, disputes escalated into violence. The concept of saving face played an important role. Public embarrassment could damage reputation. Maintaining dignity, therefore, became a social priority. At times, this emphasis on honor produced admirable behavior. At other times, it contributed to unnecessary conflicts. Like all cultural values, it possessed both strengths and weaknesses. The samurai understanding of honor encouraged responsibility, loyalty, and discipline. It could also encourage rigidity, pride, and intolerance. Historical realities rarely fit neatly into categories of good or bad. The samurai were no exception. Their values help create one of history's most distinctive warrior traditions. Those same values sometimes generated suffering. Both truths coexist. Perhaps the most important point is this. Honor was not merely about reputation. At its best, it involved integrity, the effort to align actions with principles, the willingness to accept responsibility, the determination to fulfill obligations despite difficulty. These ideals continue to resonate because they address questions that remain relevant today. How should a person behave when facing hardship? What responsibilities do individuals owe to others? How does one maintain integrity under pressure? The samurai offered their own answers. Those answers emerged from a specific historical world, a world very different from ours. Yet the questions themselves remain familiar. And as we continue our journey, we will see that these values influenced not only men, but also the often overlooked women of the warrior class, whose contributions were essential to the survival of samurai society across the centuries. When most people imagine the world of the samurai, they picture armored men riding into battle, famous generals commanding armies, or swordsmen locked in dramatic duels. The image is powerful. It is also incomplete. Behind every great clan, every castle, every military campaign, and every political alliance stood countless women whose labor, intelligence, and resilience helped sustain the warrior class for centuries. Without them, samurai society could not have functioned. Their stories are less famous than those of warlords and swordmen, but they are no less important. To understand the samurai fully, we must understand the women who lived within that world. Like men, women born into samurai families inherited expectations from the moment they entered the world. Their lives were shaped by status, duty, family obligations, and social hierarchy. Yet their experiences differed significantly from those of their fathers, husbands, and brothers. The ideal samurai woman was expected to embody loyalty, discipline, modesty, and strength. Not necessarily the strength displayed on a battlefield, though sometimes that too. More often, the strength required to maintain a household, preserve family honor, raise children, manage resources, and endure hardship without complaint. These responsibilities were not considered minor. A samurai household was often a complex organization. It included servants, retainers, extended family members, financial obligations, and social relationships that required constant attention. In many cases, women served as the practical managers of this world. When men left for military campaigns, women frequently assumed responsibility for day-to-day operations. A campaign might last months, sometimes years. Someone had to oversee the estate. Someone had to ensure food supplies remained secure. Someone had to supervise servants and workers. Someone had to maintain relationships with allied families. That responsibility often fell to women. Their work rarely appeared in military chronicles. Yet it was essential. Armies depend upon logistics. Families depend upon stability. Power depends upon organization. Women provided much of that organization. Education reflected these expectations. Girls born into samurai families typically received instruction that differed from, but was not necessarily inferior to, that given to boys. They learned reading and writing. They studied etiquette. They practiced calligraphy. Many became familiar with literature and poetry. Cultural refinement was highly valued. A well-educated woman enhanced the prestige of her family. She also became better equipped to manage household affairs. Practical knowledge mattered. Financial management mattered. Communication mattered. The ideal was not ignorance. It was competence. At the same time, many samurai women received martial training. This aspect of their lives often surprises modern audiences. Yet it reflected practical realities. Japan's long history of warfare meant that danger could reach any household. Castles could come under siege. Bandits could threaten isolated estates. Men could be absent. Women, therefore, needed the ability to defend themselves and their families. The weapon most closely associated with samurai women was the naginata. This polearm consisted of a curved blade mounted on a long shaft. Its design allowed a defender to keep opponents at a distance. Properly used, it was highly effective. Training with the naginata became a common part of female education in many warrior households. The weapon eventually acquired strong, symbolic associations with samurai womanhood. Even today, surviving examples often appear in museums and family collections linked to warrior lineages. Training served more than a military purpose. It cultivated discipline, confidence, self-control, qualities valued throughout samurai culture. Women were expected to demonstrate courage just as men were. The circumstances differed. The principle remained. Historical records contain numerous examples of women participating directly in defense during times of crisis. When castles faced attack, women sometimes fought alongside male defenders. These situations were exceptional rather than routine, yet they occurred often enough to leave a clear mark on historical memory. Among the most famous figures is Tomoguzen. She lived during the late 12th century, around the time of the Genpei War. Descriptions portray her as exceptionally skilled in archery, horsemanship, and combat. According to later accounts, she fought beside Minamoto no Yashinaka and distinguished herself in battle. Separating fact from legend is difficult. Medieval sources often blend historical events with literary embellishment. Nevertheless, Tomo's enduring popularity reveals something significant. Japanese audiences accepted the possibility that women could display martial excellence. Her story survived because it resonated with existing cultural values. She became a symbol of courage, a reminder that the warrior spirit was not confined exclusively to men. Other women achieved influence through politics rather than combat. Marriage among samurai families rarely revolved around personal preference. Instead, it served strategic purposes. A marriage could strengthen alliances, reduce tensions, create obligations between powerful houses. Women therefore occupied important positions within political networks. A daughter might be sent to marry into another clan. Her presence could help stabilize relationships between rival groups. In some cases, she became a crucial intermediary, maintaining communication, managing disputes, preserving fragile alliances. Such responsibilities required intelligence and diplomacy. Success benefited entire families. Failure could have serious consequences. The political importance of marriage sometimes gave women indirect influence over major events. Although formal authority remained limited, skilled individuals could shape outcomes through advice, persuasion, and relationships. Historical documents occasionally reveal women acting as counselors to husbands and sons. Their contributions often occurred behind the scenes. Yet behind-the-scenes influence can still be powerful. The pressures placed upon samurai women were considerable. Honor applied to them no less than to men. Their behavior reflected upon their families. Expectations regarding propriety, loyalty, and conduct were strict. Mistakes could damage reputations. Scandals could affect multiple households. The burden of representation weighed heavily. At the same time, women confronted emotional challenges often overlooked in traditional narratives. Wars separated families. Children died from illness. Husbands fell in battle. Political upheavals disrupted lives. Like people in every historical society, samurai women experienced love, fear, grief, hope, and uncertainty. Fortunately, some left behind writings that allow us to glimpse these experiences. Poetry proved especially important. Many women composed verses expressing loneliness during long absences, anxiety during wartime, sadness after personal loss. These works reveal individuals rather than stereotypes. They remind us that historical figures were human beings, not symbols, not abstractions. People navigating difficult circumstances. Their words often possess remarkable emotional power, even today. As centuries passed and Japan entered the peaceful Tokugawa era, women's roles evolved. Large-scale warfare became rare. Household management grew even more important. Economic challenges increased. Educational responsibilities expanded. Mothers often supervised the early education of children. They transmitted values, taught manners, introduced literacy. In many ways, they helped preserve samurai culture across generations. The continuity of the warrior class depended partly upon their efforts. One cannot understand how samurai traditions survived for centuries without recognizing this contribution. The peaceful centuries also created opportunities for women to participate more fully in cultural pursuits. Poetry, calligraphy, ceremony, literature. Many became highly accomplished practitioners. Their achievements sometimes earned recognition beyond their immediate families. Although opportunities remained constrained by social expectations, women found ways to express creativity and intellect within existing structures. The end of the samurai era brought both challenges and opportunities. The Meiji Restoration transformed society. Traditional arrangements weakened. Old obligations disappeared. New possibilities emerged. Some restrictions persisted. Others gradually loosened. The transition was complex. Not every change benefited women. Not every change harmed them. Historical transformations rarely produce simple outcomes. Yet the collapse of the feudal system undeniably altered the framework within which samurai women had lived for generations. The world of hereditary warrior households was fading. A new society was taking shape. Looking back, it is tempting to view samurai women through extremes. Some portray them as helpless victims trapped by tradition. Others imagine them as warrior queens constantly fighting beside men. Neither image captures reality. Most occupied a space between those extremes. They lived within systems that imposed significant limitations. Yet they exercised agency where they could. They managed households, raised families, preserved traditions, influenced politics, defended homes, created art, endured hardships. Their contributions were often less visible than those of famous generals. But visibility is not the same as importance. The story of a samurai is not only a story of battles and swords. It is also a story of families. And families depend upon more than warriors. As we continue our journey, we will encounter another force that transformed samurai society in unexpected ways. For centuries, Japan's warriors developed largely within a domestic context. Then ships arrived from distant lands carrying unfamiliar beliefs, technologies, and ideas. Those encounters would challenge assumptions that had endured for generations, and they would force the samurai to confront a rapidly changing world beyond Japan's shores. For much of their history, the samurai developed within a world that was overwhelmingly Japanese. Their conflicts involved rival clans. Their loyalties centered on local lords. Their customs evolved through domestic traditions. Even when political power shifted dramatically, those changes generally occurred within the framework of Japanese society itself. Then, during the 16th century, something remarkable happened. People from distant lands began arriving on Japanese shores. They brought unfamiliar languages, unfamiliar beliefs, unfamiliar technologies. And among those technologies was one invention that would change warfare forever: the firearm. The first documented European arrival in Japan occurred in 1543. According to traditional accounts, Portuguese traders were blown off course and landed on the island of Tanegashima. For local observers, the encounter must have seemed extraordinary. The newcomers looked different, dressed differently, spoke unknown languages. and carried weapons unlike anything the Japanese had seen before. Those weapons were matchlock firearms. Today, firearms seem commonplace. In 16th century Japan, they were revolutionary. The basic principle was simple. Gunpowder ignited. A projectile accelerated through a barrel. The result was deadly force delivered at a distance. The Japanese immediately recognized the significance of the technology. Far from rejecting firearms, many leaders embraced them. Local craftsmen examined imported weapons carefully. They studied construction methods. They learned how the mechanisms worked. Before long, Japanese smiths were producing their own versions. The speed of adoption was remarkable. Within a few decades, firearms spread across the country. Production expanded dramatically. In some areas, Japanese manufacturers produced guns in quantities that rivaled or exceeded those of many European states. This rapid adaptation reflected an important characteristic of samurai culture. Despite later stereotypes, the samurai were not uniformly hostile to innovation. When new technology offered practical advantages, many leaders adopted it eagerly. Survival often depended upon flexibility. Rigid attachment to tradition could be fatal. The impact on warfare was profound. For centuries, martial excellence had depended upon skills developed through years of training. Archery required practice. Swordsmanship required practice. Horsemanship required practice. A warrior invested enormous time mastering these arts. Firearms altered the equation. A soldier could learn basic shooting techniques far more quickly than he could master mounted archery. The change did not eliminate the value of traditional skills, but reduced their exclusivity. The bow symbolized elite warrior culture. The firearm seemed less discriminating. A common foot soldier armed with a gun could kill a highly trained samurai. The implications were difficult to ignore. Technology was beginning to reshape the social dynamics of warfare. Few leaders grasped this reality more clearly than Oda Nobunaga. While some contemporaries treated firearms as supplementary weapons, Nobunaga integrated them into broader military strategy. He recognized that success depended not merely upon possessing guns, but upon using them effectively. The Battle of Nagashino in 1575 became the most famous demonstration of this approach. Facing the powerful Takeda cavalry, Nobunaga deployed large numbers of arquebusiers behind defensive barriers. The resulting volleys devastated charging horsemen. The battle became a symbol of changing times. Traditional cavalry tactics met modern firepower. The outcome revealed where the future was heading. Yet firearms did not immediately replace older weapons. Japan entered a period in which swords, spears, bows, and guns coexisted. Armies adapted gradually. Commanders experimented. Tactics evolved. The samurai remained warriors. They simply fought differently. Technology was not the only foreign influence arriving in Japan. Religion traveled alongside trade. Among the Europeans who reached Japan were Christian missionaries. The most famous was Francis Xavier, a Jesuit missionary who arrived in 1549. His goal was straightforward: to spread Christianity. At first, success seemed possible. Some daimyo welcomed missionaries, partly from curiosity, partly from hopes of encouraging trade with European merchants. In several regions, Christian communities grew rapidly. Thousands converted. Among them were members of the samurai class. The reasons varied. Some were genuinely persuaded by Christian teachings. Others saw political or economic advantages. Many likely combined practical and spiritual motivations. Human decisions rarely stem from a single cause. For Christian converts, however, significant challenges emerged. Christianity introduced ideas that sometimes conflicted with established social norms. Questions arose regarding loyalty. What happened when religious obligations conflicted with obligations to a lord? Could allegiance to a foreign faith coexist with traditional structures of authority? These concerns worried many political leaders. Perhaps the most famous Christian samurai was Takayama Yukon, a respected daimyo. He converted to Christianity and remained devoted to his faith despite growing pressure. When ordered to renounce Christianity, he refused. Eventually, he lost his lands and entered exile. His story illustrates the difficult choices some converts faced. For many samurai, loyalty to a lord represented the highest obligation. For others, religious conviction introduced competing priorities. The tension was real. As Christianity expanded, skepticism grew. Toyotomi Hideyoshi became increasingly suspicious of missionary activity. Several factors contributed to his concerns. European colonial expansion elsewhere in Asia raised alarms. Reports from foreign territories suggested that missionaries sometimes preceded political domination. Whether those fears were justified or exaggerated remains debated. What matters is that Japanese leaders took them seriously. Hideyoshi eventually restricted missionary activity. The Tokugawa Shogunate went much further. Christianity was banned. Missionaries were expelled. Persecution followed. Some converts abandoned the faith. Others practiced secretly. The most dramatic challenge came during the Shimabara Rebellion of 1637 to 1638. The uprising involved peasants, ronin, and many Christians frustrated by harsh conditions and government policies. Although religion played a role, economic grievances also contributed significantly. The rebellion was ultimately crushed. The response was severe. Afterward, the government intensified efforts to eliminate Christianity. Public practice largely disappeared, yet hidden Christian communities survived underground for generations. Their existence remains one of the most remarkable stories in Japanese religious history. The broader consequence of these developments was isolation. The Tokugawa government concluded that foreign influence posed risks to stability. Beginning in the 1630s, restrictions tightened dramatically. Foreign contact became heavily controlled. Most Europeans were excluded. Only limited trade remained, primarily through Dutch merchants confined to a small artificial island at Nagasaki. The policy became known as Sakoku. For more than 2 centuries, Japan remained relatively isolated from the outside world. This isolation had significant effects. It reduced external threats, preserved political stability, allowed domestic culture to flourish. It also limited exposure to developments occurring elsewhere. While Japan enjoyed peace under Tokugawa rule, the world beyond its shores continued changing. Industrialization transformed economies. Scientific knowledge expanded. Military technology advanced rapidly. Empires rose and fell. When Japan eventually reopened in the 19th century, the gap between domestic traditions and global realities became impossible to ignore. Yet during the centuries of relative isolation, samurai culture continued evolving. Freed from constant warfare, warriors increasingly focused on administration, education, philosophy, and the arts. The sword became more symbolic, the tea ceremony more refined, literature more influential. The samurai entered a period of transformation. Ironically, some of the ideas most strongly associated with them today reached maturity during an era when they rarely fought. The warrior became a bureaucrat, a scholar, a cultural patron. The contradiction fascinated later generations. How does a warrior preserve his identity when there are no battles to fight? The answer lay partly in Bushido, partly in education, partly in tradition. Yet beneath the surface, new tensions were developing. Economic change, social change, intellectual change. The peace that stabilized Japan also created pressures the old system struggled to address. And when the outside world finally returned in force during the 19th century, those pressures would erupt dramatically. The arrival of the black ships, the collapse of the shogunate, and the final struggles of the samurai were still in the future. But the foundations of that story were already being laid. The world was changing, even behind closed borders, and no society, no matter how stable it appears, can remain untouched by history forever. By the middle of the 17th century, Japan had entered one of the most stable periods in its history. For generations, civil war had dominated life. Powerful clans had fought endlessly for territory and influence. Entire regions had been devastated by conflict. Castles had risen and fallen. Alliances had shifted with dizzying speed. Now that worlds seemed distant. The Tokugawa Shogunate had succeeded where many earlier governments had failed. It had created peace. Not a peace lasting a few years. Not a peace lasting a few decades. A peace that would endure for more than 2.5 centuries. For people living at the time, the transformation must have seemed extraordinary. A child born in the early Edo period could grow old without ever witnessing a major battle. His grandchildren might experience the same. Generations passed without the large-scale warfare that had once defined Japanese life. The consequences reached every corner of society. Cities expanded, trade flourished, agriculture improved, population increased, road networks connected distant regions, travel became easier, economic activity intensified. Japan entered an era of prosperity unlike anything it had previously experienced. At the center of this transformation stood Edo. When Tokugawa Ieyasu established his government there, Edo had been a relatively modest settlement. Over time, it became something remarkable. People arrived from every region. Merchants established businesses. Artisans opened workshops. Officials expanded the bureaucracy. Samurai households relocated to serve the government. The city grew rapidly. By the 18th century, Edo ranked among the largest urban centers in the world. Hundreds of thousands of people lived within its boundaries. Eventually, the population surpassed 1 million. For comparison, many famous European capitals remained smaller. The growth reflected more than simple population increase. It demonstrated the success of the Tokugawa political system. Peace encouraged development. Development encouraged commerce. Commerce encouraged urbanization. The process reinforced itself. The samurai occupied a peculiar position within this new world. Officially, they remained the highest social class. They governed. They administered. They possessed privileges unavailable to commoners. Yet the nature of their daily lives had changed dramatically. The average samurai no longer spent his days preparing for battle. Instead, he worked as a bureaucrat. He managed records, collected taxes, resolved disputes, carried out administrative duties. The warrior had become a civil servant. This transition created both opportunities and challenges. On one hand, peace provided stability. Families enjoyed security. Education expanded. Cultural pursuits flourished. On the other hand, many samurai struggled with questions of identity. Their ancestors had earned status through military service. What justified that status now? A warrior who never fought occupied a strange position. The contradiction became increasingly apparent. Some embraced their new role. Others worried that the samurai spirit was fading. These concerns encouraged renewed interest in education and self-cultivation. If warriors no longer proved themselves through battle, perhaps they could demonstrate excellence through scholarship, morality, and discipline. As a result, education became central to samurai life. Schools multiplied. Children studied reading, writing, mathematics, history, and philosophy. Literacy rates increased significantly. Compared with many societies of the same era, Japan developed an unusually educated population. Samurai families placed particular emphasis on learning. A successful official required knowledge. Documents governed administration. Records determined taxation. Communication shaped politics. Education became a practical necessity. At the same time, intellectual life expanded beyond practical concerns. Confucian philosophy continued influencing ideas about government and morality. Scholars debated ethics, discussed history, examined human behavior. The pursuit of knowledge acquired prestige. A cultured warrior earned respect. The ideal of the scholar warrior became deeply entrenched. This emphasis on learning produced an interesting result. Many samurai became writers. Some composed histories. Others produced philosophical works. Still others wrote poetry, diaries, or instructional texts. The warrior class helped preserve and develop a rich literary tradition. Indeed, much of what we know about samurai thought comes from writings produced during this peaceful era. Without peace, many of those works would never have existed. Art also flourished. The Edo period witnessed an explosion of creativity. Painters developed new styles. Theater attracted large audiences. Publishers distributed books widely. Woodblock prints became enormously popular. The cultural life of the country grew increasingly vibrant. Ironically, some of the most famous artistic achievements in Japanese history emerged not during the age of great battles, but during the age of peace. One of the most influential cultural practices was the tea ceremony. Although its origins stretched back centuries, it reached extraordinary levels of refinement during the Edo period. For samurai, the tea ceremony represented far more than drinking tea. It embodied values that resonated deeply with warrior culture. Discipline, attention, respect, simplicity. Participants entered carefully designed spaces. Every movement followed established forms. Every object carried meaning. Nothing was accidental. The experience encouraged mindfulness. A warrior accustomed to self-control found much to admire in such practices. The tea room became a place where individuals could temporarily step away from worldly concerns. Political rivalries, economic worries, social pressures, all remained outside. Inside, attention focused upon the present moment. This emphasis on awareness reflected broader influences from Zen Buddhism. Zen continued shaping samurai culture in subtle but significant ways. Meditation remained respected. So did the cultivation of calmness under pressure. The ability to remain composed during difficult circumstances was considered a valuable trait. Whether facing a political crisis or a personal challenge, self-mastery mattered. The ideal warrior controlled himself before attempting to control anything else. These values extended into aesthetics as well. Japanese gardens, architecture, and artistic traditions increasingly emphasized restraint rather than extravagance. Beauty emerged through balance, through simplicity, through careful attention to detail. The concept of wabi-sabi became especially influential. Although difficult to translate precisely, it celebrates imperfection, transience, and understated beauty. A weathered wooden surface, a repaired tea bowl, a quiet garden path. Such things could possess profound aesthetic value. For many samurai, these ideas aligned naturally with broader reflections on impermanence and mortality. Yet despite cultural flourishing, economic realities were creating new tensions. The Tokugawa social order divided society into distinct classes. Samurai stood at the top. Below them came farmers, then artisans, finally merchants. The arrangement reflected moral and political assumptions rather than economic ones. Farmers produced food and therefore contributed directly to society. Merchants merely exchanged goods produced by others. As a result, merchants occupied the lowest official rank. But reality rarely conforms perfectly to ideology. As commerce expanded, merchants accumulated wealth. Some became extraordinarily successful. Their businesses generated fortunes. Their influence grew. Their lifestyles became increasingly sophisticated. Meanwhile, many samurais struggled financially. Their incomes often came from fixed stipends. Prices changed. Expenses increased. Urban life could be costly. The result was an unexpected reversal. Officially, samurai remained superior. Unofficially, many merchants possessed far greater wealth. The contradiction created anxiety. A warrior might command social respect while depending upon loans from merchants. Pride and financial necessity often collided. Some samurai adapted by pursuing side occupations. Others accumulated debt. Many worried about preserving appearances despite declining resources. The issue became increasingly common throughout the Edo period. Economic pressures revealed weaknesses within the existing system. The social hierarchy remained intact, but strains were becoming visible. At the same time, intellectual currents began shifting. New ideas circulated. Some scholars questioned established assumptions. Others studied subjects beyond traditional Confucian learning. Interest in Japanese history and literature expanded. Movements emphasizing native traditions gained influence. Debates about government, society, and morality became more complex. The world remained peaceful, yet beneath the surface, change was occurring. Gradually, quietly, almost imperceptibly, the Tokugawa system appeared strong. In many ways it was, but no political order lasts forever. The very success of the system created conditions that would eventually challenge it. Population growth generated pressures. Economic development altered social relationships. Education encouraged new forms of thinking. Urbanization transformed daily life. The foundations of society were shifting. Most people did not recognize the full significance of these developments. Why would they? The government remained stable. The roads were safe. The cities prospered. Life seemed predictable. Yet history often changes most dramatically when stability appears strongest. Far beyond Japan's shores, powerful transformations were reshaping the world. Industrial revolutions, scientific advances, expanding global trade networks, military innovations. Western nations were acquiring capabilities unlike anything previous generations had known. Japan remained largely insulated from these developments. But isolation has limits. The outside world was moving closer. And when it finally arrived at Japan's doorstep in the 19th century, it would force the samurai to confront challenges far greater than any rival clan or rebellious province. The Age of Peace was approaching its final chapter. A storm was gathering beyond the horizon, and when it arrived, it would change everything. For more than 2 centuries, the Tokugawa Shogunate had maintained a remarkable balance. Peace prevailed. The social hierarchy remained largely intact. The emperor stayed in Kyoto as a revered symbol, while real authority rested in Edo. Most people accepted this arrangement because it worked. The government maintained order. The economy functioned. The country remained stable. Yet beneath that stability lay a dangerous assumption. The assumption that the world beyond Japan would remain unchanged. History rarely grants such favors. While Japan enjoyed peace, Europe and North America underwent transformations that fundamentally altered the balance of global power. The Industrial Revolution reshaped economies. Factories produced goods on an unprecedented scale. Steam engines revolutionized transportation. Modern metallurgy improved weapons. Scientific knowledge expanded rapidly. The nations that embraced these developments gained enormous advantages. Their ships traveled farther. Their armies fought more effectively. Their economies generated unprecedented wealth. By the 19th century, many Western powers had begun expanding their influence across Asia. China, once viewed as the dominant civilization of East Asia, found itself under growing pressure. Military defeats exposed weaknesses. Unequal treaties forced concessions. Ports opened to foreign trade. The old order was being challenged. Japanese observers watched these developments carefully. Some scholars studied reports arriving through limited channels of foreign contact. Others examined imported books and maps. A small number began to worry. If powerful nations could pressure China, what might happen to Japan? The question became increasingly difficult to ignore. Then, in 1853, the answer arrived in dramatic fashion. On a summer day, several large American warships entered Edo Bay. The vessels immediately attracted attention. Their appearance differed from traditional ships. Their size was imposing. Most striking of all, many were powered by steam. Dark smoke rose from their funnels as they moved through the water. To Japanese observers, the sight seemed almost unnatural. The ships became known as the Kurofune, the Black Ships. Their commander, Commodore Matthew Perry, carried a clear message from the United States government. Japan was expected to open diplomatic and commercial relations. The request came backed by military power. The implication was obvious. Refusal carried risks. The arrival created a crisis. For generations, the shogunate had governed through stability and control. Now it faced a challenge unlike anything in its history. The government had to choose between resistance and accommodation. Neither option appeared attractive. Military resistance seemed dangerous. American naval technology far exceeded anything Japan possessed. Yet agreeing to foreign demands risked appearing weak. The leadership found itself trapped between two undesirable choices. The following year, Perry returned. Negotiations followed. Eventually, the Treaty of Kanagawa was signed in 1854. Several Japanese ports opened to American vessels. Additional agreements with other Western nations soon followed. The era of isolation was ending. The consequences were immediate. Many people viewed the treaties as humiliating. Foreign powers had extracted concessions through intimidation. The shogunate had failed to prevent it. Confidence in the government began eroding. Criticism spread across the country. Political debates intensified. Questions emerged that struck at the heart of the existing order. Could the shogunate still protect Japan? Was it capable of leading the nation through a rapidly changing world? If not, who should? The emperor, long removed from practical politics, suddenly acquired new significance. For centuries, the imperial institution had remained largely symbolic. Now, some reformers argued that authority should return to the emperor. The slogan that captured this movement was simple: Sano Joy, revere the emperor, expel the barbarians. The phrase spread rapidly, yet it contained an inherent contradiction. Expelling foreigners sounded appealing to many people. Actually doing so proved far more difficult. Several domains attempted resistance. The results were sobering. Modern Western naval forces easily defeated traditional coastal defenses. The technological gap became impossible to deny. Many reform-minded samurai drew an important conclusion. Japan could not simply reject the outside world. It had to learn from it. Modernization became a matter of survival. This realization divided the country. Some samurai remained committed to resisting foreign influence. Others argued for selective adoption of Western technology and institutions. Still others focused on political reform. The debate was intense because the stakes were enormous. Nothing less than Japan's future hung in the balance. Among the most influential centers of opposition were the domains of Satsuma and Chashu. Historically, these regions had often maintained complicated relationships with the Tokugawa government. Now they emerged as leaders of reform efforts. Their samurai studied Western military methods, acquired modern weapons, reorganized their forces. At the same time, they increasingly challenged the legitimacy of the shogunate itself. What began as dissatisfaction gradually evolved into a revolutionary movement. The political situation grew more unstable with each passing year. Violence occasionally erupted. Assassinations occurred. Radical groups targeted officials. Foreigners sometimes became victims of attacks. The atmosphere was tense. No one could predict exactly how events would unfold. Yet many sensed that the existing system was approaching a breaking point. The shogunate attempted reforms. Some leaders recognized the need for modernization. New military units were created. Western technology was imported. Administrative changes were introduced. But these efforts faced a fundamental problem. They came late, and they occurred within a system whose legitimacy was already under attack. Reformers questioned whether the shogunate itself could solve the crisis. Increasingly, they believed it could not. At the center of events stood Tokugawa Ieyasu, the final shogun. Unlike some of his predecessors, Yoshinobu understood the seriousness of the situation. He was intelligent, capable, aware of the challenges facing the country. Yet even capable leaders cannot always reverse historical momentum. Opposition continued growing. The coalition supporting imperial restoration became stronger. The pressure intensified. In 1867, Yoshinobu made a decision that reflected both pragmatism and desperation. He formally returned governing authority to the emperor. The act, known as Teisei Hoken, was intended to facilitate political transition while preserving stability. Perhaps a new government could emerge without civil war. Perhaps cooperation remained possible. Those hopes proved short-lived. Leaders from Satsuma, Chashu, and allied domains moved quickly. In early 1868, they announced the restoration of imperial rule. The event became known as the Meiji Restoration. Officially, power now belonged to the emperor. In practice, a new generation of leaders was taking control of the state. Not everyone accepted the change. Many remained loyal to the Tokugawa house. Others worried about the direction of reform. Political disagreements soon escalated into armed conflict. The Boshin War had begun. The conflict that followed was unlike earlier civil wars in several important respects. Modern weapons played a major role. Rifles, artillery, and steam-powered ships influenced outcomes. Traditional samurai values remained important, but technology increasingly shaped the battlefield. The contrast symbolized the larger transformation taking place throughout society. The old world and the new world were colliding. One of the most famous episodes occurred in Ezu. The domain remained loyal to the shogunate and resisted imperial forces. Its defenders fought with determination despite overwhelming odds. Among them were members of the Byakutai, or White Tiger Corps. Most were teenage samurai. During the fighting, a group became separated from the main force. Looking toward the city, they mistakenly believed Ezu Castle had fallen. Convinced that defeat was complete, many chose death rather than surrender. Their story became one of the most enduring symbols of samurai loyalty. Yet symbolism could not alter military realities. The imperial forces continued advancing. Resistance weakened. One stronghold after another surrendered. By 1869, organized opposition had largely collapsed. The old order was finished. The Tokugawa era had ended. Japan now faced an uncertain future. For many samurai, the restoration initially appeared hopeful. The movement had been led largely by men from warrior backgrounds. Surely, many assumed, the new government would strengthen the position of the samurai. What followed surprised them, because the leaders of a new Japan had reached a startling conclusion. If a nation wished to survive in the modern world, the samurai class itself would have to disappear. And in the years that followed, the government would begin dismantling one of the most powerful social groups in Japanese history. The process would be rapid, painful, and deeply controversial. For the warriors who had shaped Japan for 7 centuries, The greatest battle was still ahead, and it was not a battle they could win with swords. The Meiji Restoration had overthrown the old order, but for many samurai, the true shock came afterward. For centuries, warriors had occupied the highest position in Japanese society. They had governed provinces, served powerful lords, enforced laws, collected taxes, and defined themselves through military service. Even during the long peace of the Tokugawa era, when many samurai had become administrators rather than fighters, their status remained secure. Now the new government faced a difficult reality. Japan could not compete with the industrial powers of the West while maintaining a feudal system designed for an earlier age. The leaders of the Meiji government understood this. Many of them were former samurai themselves. They respected the warrior tradition. Some had spent their youth immersed in it. Yet they believed modernization required sacrifice, and that sacrifice would include the samurai class. The reforms came rapidly. The old domains were abolished and replaced with prefectures governed by officials appointed by the central government. The daimyo lost political authority. The old feudal relationships that had tied warriors to lords for centuries began to disappear. The samurai watched as the social world that had defined their existence was dismantled piece by piece. Then came military reform. For generations, warfare had been the responsibility of samurai. Now, the government introduced universal military conscription. Commoners could serve as soldiers. The monopoly on military service ended. The implications were enormous. If ordinary citizens could defend the nation, what role remained for a hereditary warrior class? Many samurai accepted the logic. Others felt betrayed. The change struck at the heart of their identity. The government continued moving forward. Stipends that had supported samurai families were gradually converted into bonds. Many former warriors suddenly found themselves responsible for managing investments rather than receiving guaranteed payments. Some adapted successfully. Others struggled. A number of samurai lacked experience with commerce and finance. The transition proved difficult. Families that had once enjoyed prestige and security found themselves facing uncertainty. Then came perhaps the most symbolic reform of all. In 1876, the government prohibited the wearing of swords in public. For outsiders, the decision may have appeared minor. For former samurai, it was profound. For centuries, the paired swords known as the daisho had served as visible markers of warrior status. A samurai's swords were more than weapons. They represented ancestry, duty, honor, identity. Now, those symbols vanished from everyday life. The old world was disappearing, not slowly, not over generations, within the span of a few years. The speed of change was astonishing. Some former samurai embraced the new era. They became teachers, government officials, military officers, business leaders, journalists, educators. They carried old values into new professions. Others struggled to find purpose. Their skills no longer seemed relevant. Their social status no longer guaranteed security. Their world had changed beyond recognition. Resentment spread among some groups. Several rebellions erupted. Most were relatively small, but one would become legendary. The Satsuma Rebellion. At its center stood a man who embodied both the greatness and the tragedy of the samurai age. Saigo Takamori. Saigo had helped bring about the Meiji Restoration. He was respected throughout Japan. A military leader. A patriot. A former samurai of immense prestige. Yet as the new government accelerated reforms, Saigo became increasingly uncomfortable with the direction of change. He did not oppose modernization entirely, but he worried that Japan was abandoning too much of its heritage too quickly. His disagreements with government leaders eventually led him to withdraw from political life. Returning to his home region of Satsuma, he established schools that attracted thousands of former samurai. Officially, they focused on education and moral training. Unofficially, They became centers of dissatisfaction. Tensions grew. Suspicion increased. By 1877, conflict became unavoidable. Thousands of former samurai rallied around Saigo. The rebellion began. In many ways, it represented the final chapter of samurai history. The rebels fought with courage and determination. Many believed they were defending values that had defined Japan for centuries. Yet they faced a modern state equipped with modern weapons. The government deployed its conscript army, rifles, artillery, industrial logistics. The contrast could not have been clearer. The old world versus the new. Tradition versus modernization. The fighting lasted several months. Again and again, the rebels demonstrated bravery. Again and again, the government demonstrated superior resources. Eventually, defeat became inevitable. The final battle occurred near Kagoshima. Saigo and his remaining followers were surrounded, outnumbered, outgunned, with no realistic hope of victory. Yet they fought on. When the end came, Saigo died alongside the cause he had embraced. His death became symbolic, not simply because of who he was, but because of what he represented. With his fall, the age of the samurai effectively ended. No major samurai rebellion followed. The warrior class ceased to exist as a political force. 7 centuries of history had come to a close. And yet, strangely enough, the samurai were not gone. Not really, because while the class disappeared, the idea of the samurai began a new life. The Meiji government, despite abolishing the samurai, continued promoting many values associated with them. Discipline, loyalty, dedication, self-sacrifice. These concepts were reframed as national virtues rather than class privileges. Bushido, once associated with a warrior elite, became part of a broader narrative about Japanese identity. Schools taught stories of loyalty and courage. Military institutions embraced samurai imagery. Writers celebrated historical warriors. The samurai moved from political reality into cultural memory. Over time, the line between history and legend became increasingly blurred. Real samurai had been complicated people. Some were brave. Others were cruel. Some were highly educated. Others were not. Some embodied the ideals later associated with Bushido. Others failed to do so. They were human beings, shaped by circumstances, ambitions, fears, and desires. Yet memory often simplifies. Legends tend to emphasize ideals rather than imperfections. The samurai became symbols, representations of honor, duty, mastery, discipline. The image proved powerful. It spread far beyond Japan. As the 20th century unfolded, samurai stories reached global audiences. Historians studied them. Artists depicted them. Filmmakers brought them to life on screen. No director influenced the modern image of the samurai more than Akira Kurosawa. His films introduced international audiences to Japanese history in ways that few others had accomplished. Seven Samurai presented warriors as complex individuals struggling with responsibility and purpose. Yojimbo explored cunning and morality. Ran examined ambition and tragedy. These films shaped how millions of people understood samurai culture. Their influence extended far beyond cinema. The creators of Star Wars openly drew inspiration from samurai films. Countless novels, comics, television series, and video games followed. The samurai became part of global popular culture. Yet beneath the legends lies something even more interesting: the inner world of the samurai, the philosophy that helped define how they understood life. The samurai were not merely warriors. They were also students, readers, poets, artists. Many believed that mastery required more than military skill. The ideal samurai pursued excellence in multiple fields. This belief found expression in the concept of Bunbu Ryodo, the way of the pen and the sword. A complete warrior should be capable in both. Strength without wisdom was dangerous. Wisdom without strength could be ineffective. Balance mattered. Education mattered. Character mattered. This ideal encouraged samurai to study history, literature, philosophy, and ethics. Confucianism influenced their understanding of duty and social responsibility. Zen Buddhism influenced their approach to discipline and mortality. Together, these traditions shaped a distinctive worldview. The influence of Zen was especially significant. Meditation taught focus, awareness, acceptance of impermanence. The idea that all things pass away resonated deeply with people whose lives were often touched by conflict and uncertainty. Cherry blossoms became a famous symbol of this understanding. Beautiful, brief, gone almost as soon as they appeared. The image captured something fundamental about the samurai outlook. Life was precious precisely because it was temporary. Poetry occupied a special place within this culture. Many warriors composed verses throughout their lives. Some wrote poems before battles. Others wrote them before death. These final compositions, known as death poems, offered glimpses into the minds of individuals facing their final moments. Some expressed serenity, others sadness, others acceptance. Many reflected upon nature, the changing seasons, falling blossoms, the moon, the wind. The themes reveal a striking sensitivity often overlooked in popular portrayals. The samurai were expected to be strong, but strength did not exclude reflection, or beauty, or emotion. Artistic refinement became another defining feature of samurai culture. Ceremony, calligraphy, garden design, painting, each required discipline, patience, attention to detail. Many warriors viewed these pursuits not as distractions from martial life, but as extensions of it. The same qualities that produced excellence in combat could produce excellence in art. Both demanded dedication. Both demanded self-control. The sword itself reflected this union of practicality and beauty. Japanese swordsmiths transformed metallurgy into an art form. Creating a blade required extraordinary skill. The finished weapon was not merely functional. It was beautiful, elegant, balanced. Many swords became treasured family heirlooms passed down through generations. Some acquired names, stories, legends. The sword came to symbolize the samurai more than any other object. Yet even here, myth sometimes obscures reality. On historical battlefields, bows, spears, and later firearms often played more important roles than swords. The sword's greatest significance was symbolic. It represented identity, responsibility, the warrior's place in society. Today, centuries after the end of the samurai age, that symbolism remains powerful. Martial arts derived from samurai traditions continue to be practiced around the world. Kendo preserves elements of swordsmanship. Kyudo preserves archery traditions. Aikido focuses on drawing and cutting techniques. Other disciplines trace their roots to warrior culture. Most practitioners do not expect to use these skills in battle. That is not the point. The value lies in discipline, focus, self-improvement, the pursuit of mastery. These goals connect modern practitioners to a tradition that stretches back centuries. Modern Japan maintains a complex relationship with its samurai past. The country is democratic, industrial, technologically advanced, far removed from the feudal world of castles and warrior clans. Yet samurai imagery remains everywhere. Historic castles attract millions of visitors. Television dramas retell famous stories. Museums display armor and swords. Schoolchildren learn about legendary figures. The samurai remain part of the national imagination. Not because Japan wishes to return to that era, but because the era helped shape the country that followed. And perhaps that explains why the samurai continue to fascinate people around the world. Their story contains contradictions, They were warriors who valued poetry, administrators who trained for combat, men capable of great loyalty and great brutality, defenders of tradition who often adapted quickly to change. They were neither perfect heroes nor simple villains. They were human beings navigating a complex world. Their successes were real. Their failures were real. Their achievements transformed Japan. Their mistakes shaped it as well. The samurai age ended because history moved forward. Industrialization, modern states, global politics, new technologies. These forces changed the world in ways that no warrior class could stop. The samurai did not vanish because they lacked courage. They vanished because the conditions that created them disappeared. Yet something endured. The stories endured. The values endured. The questions they wrestled with endured. How should a person live? What responsibilities do we owe others? How do we face hardship? How do we find meaning in a world where everything eventually passes away? The samurai offered their own answers. Those answers were shaped by their time and place. But the questions remain universal. And perhaps that is why their story continues to resonate. The castles still stand. The swords remain preserved behind glass. The poems survive on aging paper. The names of warriors echo through history. The age of the samurai is gone, but their legacy remains. A reminder of a world where warriors sought not only victory, but purpose. Not only strength, but discipline. Not only survival, but meaning. And as long as people continue telling stories of courage, loyalty, ambition, beauty, tragedy, and the search for honor, the memory of the samurai will endure. The swords have long since been sheathed, the banners lowered, and the battlefields fallen silent. But the story lives on. The warriors are gone. The legend remains. The end.